Are we there now? Okay. Whoops. That one. Well, that's annoying. I was ready to go. And then I apparently had my mic muted and didn't realize it. Married. So this is going to be an interesting week. Going to try and get through. Going to try and get through Shadowmoor tonight. I was planning on streaming on Friday, so a couple of days ago. Unfortunately, um, I was visiting family, and then weather decided to happen, and confusion with, when I was planning on being back happened, and instead of being back around, middle of the afternoon or whatever, thankfully, family living relatively close, i.e., still a local phone call. Um, yeah, instead of that happening, I ended up not getting home until, you know, late in the evening. Um, and then bumped into a friend, and then as a result, didn't get home until nearly midnight. So, streaming on Friday did not happen. So, I'm trying to make up those streams this week. However, I want to get Lorwyn cleared off before before the new year, which means that I need to be doing, well, Shadowmoor and Eventide this week. This is currently a few minutes after 6 o'clock local time on the 29th. I then have to, so I've got tonight. I would do it tomorrow, my normal time, except tomorrow I have to go to work at my one job. Then turn around and get a bit of rest and head off to my other job for a handful of hours. Short day on Wednesday, but a handful of hours. And then come home on Wednesday afternoon and try and get through Eventide. Cross my fingers I can get through that. And by the time New Year's rolls around, I should be about finished my stream, and I am just going to die for most of Thursday. I will probably sleep most of Thursday away. Anyway, and so that gives me basically Friday is the only other day available to try and do things, but that is now in 2026. I'd like to get this done in 2025, so here we are. So, where do we start? We have Shadowmoor in front of us. And I just realized I forgot a thing. Again. Let's get that lighting taken care of. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Mumble, mumble. I know, carrying on like an old man. But if I don't do it, who will, right? There we go. Okay, that's better. Muy bien. So, we're going to kick things off with Woe Leecher. And again, keep in mind, I have this sorted by cards in the set, you know, that are considered from the least popular cards in the set to the most popular cards in the set. And already, Woe Leecher I can see uses for. I think the I think the intent for Woe Leecher specifically was because there's a mechanic in this set called Persist, which when a creature with Persist dies, it comes back with a -1/-1 counter. Well, Woe Leecher lets you remove that -1/-1 counter. Did I say +1/+1 counter? It comes back with a -1/-1 counter. Eventually we'll get to Undying, which comes in play with a +1/+1 counter. That won't be until, I think, Innistrad. But comes back with a -1/-1 counter. As can be seen on, for example, Twilight Shepherd. When it dies, if it had no... And here's the thing. It only comes into play with that counter if it didn't have any -1/-1 counters on it. Okay? So, you expect it to only come back the once. You would expect it, but you would be wrong. Woe Leecher turns around and goes, "Oh, you've got -1/-1 counter on it. Let me eat that for you." Wait, what? Let me eat that counter. Which suddenly allows you to have that creature die and persist again. It's, it's very slow combo shenanigans, but it is combo shenanigans of a sort. Maybe synergy is the better way to put it. Because synergy is when, I would say, the difference between synergy and combo is synergy is when cards work well together, and combo is when they work well together to produce a what's the word I'm looking for? They produce an end state that you're actually specifically looking for. So, for example, winning the game. I would say that's probably the difference between synergy and between a synergy and a combo. And so, this, a card like Woe Leecher, being able to remove your -1/-1 counters, combining with a card that's got Persist, I would say that's a synergy. That's a synergy that he put in the deck for 4 reasons. They specifically put that in a set so you can do things with it. Combo would be more like Solemnity, like, I would still say that synergy is Solemnity plus cards that have got Persist. Solemnity doesn't allow you to have, your creatures to have counters put on them. Plus Persist. But once you add, like, for example, a sacrifice outlet of some sort, especially a sac outlet uh, that has some built-in value. So, I mean, like if it was like sacrifice a creature, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Then, suddenly you're looking at a combo because now you've got a way to actually progress to progress to a game state that you're actively looking for, in this case winning the game. But with just, with just Solemnity and Persist, I would say that's just a synergy because they're cards that work well together, but they don't do anything special, right? Like, it just allows you to get your creatures back if they die from, like, Wrath of God or some similar effect. Anyway, uh, yeah, Woe Leecher. The funny thing the thing I see about Woe Leecher is I think there's more -1/-1 counters handed out in Commander than it first appears. And keep in mind, it doesn't have to be from your creature. It just says from target creature. It's not a terrible body to start off with. So it's 6 mana for what's essentially a 4/4, which is, a bit underwhelming, but it's fine. But then being able to remove a counter from a creature to get, and gain 2 life out of it, I think that is not unreasonable. And it's especially fun when it's a sort of thing that you can put in your deck knowing that you have stuff that's got -1/-1 counters. So, for example, what happens if you go with Unstable Mutation? 1 blue for an aura that, for an aura that pumps a creature. Gives the creature +3/+3, but each of your upkeeps, you have to put a -1/-1 counter on that creature. So in 3 turns, it shrinks back down to normal size, but then it continues to go on until it eventually kills the creature. But if you have this in play, and then you use Woe Strider, not only does your creature no longer shrink, you're also gaining life in the process. So, throw this on like a random 1/1 flyer, it becomes a 4/4. If you've got Woe Strider in play, that will continuously be a, sure, it's cost you now 2 mana, presumably 1 to cast the original creature. Although that might have been a side effect of something else. 1 for the Unstable Mutation. And basically an upkeep of paying a white. But for paying that upkeep cost, you're also gaining 2 life. It's not a literal up. Well, it kind of is literal upkeep because the unstable mutation that happens on upkeep. But let's take a quick scan at what there is with -1/-1 counters. That's these playing EDH track. Well, unsurprisingly, Yawgmoth, Thran Physician, Devoted Druid, Contagion Clasp, which also means Contagion Engine, which is right after it. Uh, Persist, I can kind of see it. Black Sun Zenith is, your mass removal spell. Uh, Plague Belchers, they're just for the zombie shenanigans. You are essentially getting a 3 mana 3/2 with Menace. Whenever another zombie you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life. Okay, yeah. Nessa Scarabs. Whenever you put one or more -1 counters on a creature. If you're playing with enough -1 counters, then yeah, Nessa Scarabs, also Blowfly installation. Blowfly Infestation. Did I say installation? I think I might have said installation. Our cards will work well together. Grim Affliction, commonly the sort of thing that if you're playing some kind of poison thing, you might be looking at that. Glistening Oil is a little bit like a black unstable mutation that keeps coming back. Grasping Dunes, just having a card in your mana base that can also shrink stuff down. Same with If Near Deadlands. Uh, Midnight Banshee will eventually kill the board, etc., etc. Okay, yeah. Oleana Deathwielder. I mean, she's fine. But I think the big things are like, oh, amusingly, there's only like, you know, less than a dozen cards out of the like 20, no, 30,000 cards? How many cards exist in the format? Come on. I think we're upwards of 30,000 now. There we go. Yeah, 30,114. And that's not counting the stuff that's banned in Commander. And we only have 131 cards that actually have the term -1/-1 counter. Um, but yeah, probably the first dozen or so are stuff that you can expect to see somebody playing somewhere. I would specifically expect to see Yawgmoth, Devoted Druid, Contagion Class, Contagion Engine, Persist, Black Sun Zenith. Those guys specifically. And, do keep in mind that most of this is going to be coming out of black. You get Hapatra. Wicker Bow Elder is actually really good. because it gives you disenchant effects. Vizier of Remedies. I remember being, yeah, Vizier of Remedies was a combo piece with Devoted Druid. Yeah. And then you just keep going from there. So, options, he has them. But yeah, so I would assume that, well, and it's still not even 132 cards. So, Woe Leecher, I would assume that it's not unreasonable that it's going to have use with somebody's deck at the table. Somebody is going to have a deck where they've got something that involves -1/-1 counters, and you can eat those. And if they don't, do it yourself. It's not that hard. There's uh there's plenty of options out there for the kind of decks to build. Um, Safehold Sentry. This is going to be the first card we encounter that involves the untap symbol. And the untap symbol works identical to the tap symbol, except that so to pay a cost that involves the tap symbol, the creature has to be untapped already. To pay a cost that involves the untap symbol, the creature has to already be tapped. There's lots of ways to tap a creature without having to worry about, like, you can attack with it. You can use it for an effect like opposition. You can use it. I mean, probably the best known, most common idea that will cross people's mind is going to be cards like Springleaf Drum and Holdout Settlement and the like. The cards I keep the cards I keep talking about when I talk about something like Scare Tiller. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, yada yada yada. And so Safehold Sentry. I mean, you're looking at a 2/2 with potential. You're looking at a 2/2 with a decent but awkward upside. But if you can manage to pull this off multiple times in a single turn somehow, and I'm not saying there's no way to do it. The first problem is getting it to tap in the first place. But there are cards in the set that give your stuff tap abilities. So therefore you have a way to untap it. That makes let's go for Presence of God, for example, which, surprise, surprise, is in Shadowmoor. Enchanted creature has tap, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. So, cool. Tap, I'll make a token. Now that it's tapped, I can pay 3 to untap the sentry. Which, if you think about it that way, that basically means that for every 3 mana that you pay, you get to make another token. Which, and this is going to be how they conceived it initially. You pay, you know, you have a tap ability. You pay 3 to untap. You tap it again to make a token. You pay 3 to untap it. You tap to make a token. And this is kind of what they were thinking when they constructed the set. Never mind that at some point you would have a creature that would come out in a few years that said, whenever another creature enters the battlefield, untap this creature. At common, which suddenly gave, an infinite combo. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. It's during one of the Innistrad sets. I don't remember if it's OG Innistrad or not. I think it is. But that will be, like, probably February. Anyway. But yeah, the way they conceived it, fairly simple, fairly easy, straightforward. A nice synergy going on there. And this is an activated ability, as are tap abilities. And as a result, anything that can reduce an activation cost will reduce the cost of Safehold Sentry's ability. So, and let's say you reduce it by 2. So now you're looking at how much white mana can I pay? I make that many tokens. By the way, this thing's now got a giant butt till end of turn. By the way, yeah, this thing's got a giant butt till end of turn. Did I mention that this also happens to be a toughness, there is a toughness matters sub-theme to this? What? Oh no. So, or alternatively, okay, cool. Now we'll swap its parent toughness, so instead of being like, a 2/30, it's now a 30/2, and now I'll fling it at your face. So, yeah, Safehold Sentry, because of the cost, that's going to be fairly easy to pull off. Pale Wayfarer is going to be a little more difficult. I might actually throw this in a Giants. But maybe. That's because here's the thing. It's 7 mana for 4/4, which is, let's be honest, that's a lot. 5 mana, 6 is a little pushing it. 7 you better has something really special going on. Pay 4 mana and untap it. Target creature gains protection from the color of its controller's choice until end of turn. You go, wait, what? Target creature gains protection from the color of its controller's choice until end of turn. Well, whose creature are you targeting? What? Whose creature are you targeting? If I'm targeting this person's creature, if I'm targeting a creature controlled by the person on my right, they get to choose what color for that creature to be protected against. I don't make that choice. They do. Huh. Usually the person that's casting the spell or activating the ability makes the choices. Now in this case, somebody else does. Now, if you're doing it to your own creature, then yes, you make the call. But apart from that, yeah, enjoy. pass that on to somebody else. And so there's another deck idea that you could build around, giving choices to somebody else. So, let's go back a few years. Let's look at a card like Flailing Ogre. 3 mana for a 3/3 with 2 activated abilities. One that gives +1/+1 till end of turn, one that gives -1/-1 till end of turn. And any player can activate either of those abilities. What? Any player can activate either of those abilities. Squallmonger. 1 green for a 3/3. Pay 2. 1 damage to each creature with flying and each player. Any player may activate this ability. So, you could conceivably make a probably fairly reasonable commander deck around the premise of giving options to your, like, specifically giving options to your opponents. And then they get cards like Pale Wayfarer, which turns around and says, I'm going to allow you to have some protection. You get to choose what you want to be protected against. I think that's a very interesting deck idea. I do have something vaguely. Have I actually got anywhere with it? No, not as of yet. So when I get to non-black, it is going to be, this is a deck that's literally based around giving my opponents options. I am letting them do things. How far have I actually got on this? I have not finished Rakdos yet. Yeah, okay. Still only sitting at 21 decks. Still less than half full. Not enough. Anyway, so yeah, this may end up going into that kind of deck because it'll fit the theme. I give my opponents options. Kithkin Shield Dare. This is a more typical card. 2 mana for 1/1. Pay white and tap it. Target blocking creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Only good defensively. Surprise, surprise. It says target blocking creature. It is a healthy boost. But unless you can make blocking work for you, and it's not to say that's not a thing. I start seeing this more being like the Pillow Fort kind of deck that this goes into, but if you're playing a Pillow Fort deck, why are you playing with, why are you using cards like this? You more want enchantments that, enchantments and artifacts and planeswalkers and whatever that stop your opponent from, being able to aim your way. So the Will Leecher I can see used for the Sentry. I can kind of see use for the Pale Wayfarer. I didn't think so initially, but now I see the Cascade Shield there. I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. Inquisitor Snare. I think this destroys the creature regardless. I believe this destroys the creature regardless. Yeah. It doesn't have to prevent any damage. Yeah. So this is destroy target black or red creature, which is a lot of creatures. So this is a 2-mana spell that will destroy target demon, destroy target dragon, um, you know, zombie, goblin, you name it. Uh, there's a like this card will like for 2 mana. I can have Squee loaded up with auras, and somebody just goes, "Hey, by the way, 2 mana, kill it." And even if Squee manages to survive the destruction, prevent all damage target attacking or blocking creature would deal this turn. So this is really good again. Like if you're expecting somebody to play a Voltron deck, for example, it's really good. Um, and even without that, I think this is still main deckable because there's enough cards. There's enough black or red creatures out there that people care about. And like black or red, you're commonly looking like if you're looking at black red, like if you're looking at black red, you're looking at Rakdos, but you're also looking at Jund, and you're also looking at Mardu, and you're also looking at nope, nope, not Sultai, not Teamer, not Abzan. Mardu I said already. Wait, I'm dumb. Black, blue, red. Blue, black, red. Grixis. Yeah. Trying to think of the names for in the shards, and it's like, or not in the shards, in the wedges, and it's like, yeah, it's not a wedge combination. That's why I can't remember the name. So yeah, Inquisitor Snare. Uh, so you've got all those, plus obviously you've got the 5-color. Plus, then, well, what about black without red, or red without black? And so now you're looking at, well, black without red. You're looking at mono black, uh, Orzhov, which there's going to be a decent number of cards in Orzhov that people are going to be playing anyway. Usually humans, but not strictly. Um, Dimir. Dimir, I'd be. No, like, here's the thing. I'm trying to think of cards that are specifically that color combination. So, what cards are there? Like, not what cards fit in Dimir, what cards are Dimir. So, what cards have, the black blue color identity and are at least black to cast. And I'm going, what is specifically black blue? And I think all I can think of are fairies. Fairies slash rogues. I mean, you get a handful of others, like you get cards like Shattuck, but I'm mostly just seeing like fairies and rogues in the back of my head. To be fair, those are a thing, but not that big a deal. Uh, Black green. Now you're looking at Golgari, which means you're looking at graveyard shenanigans, which means you gotta blow it up. And then red, you're looking at Boros, which is commonly going to be some kind of aggro shenanigans. Probably soldier based. I can see some kind of combo shenanigans going off on there. Black, not black, red, white. Oh yeah, because red, white, you've got Brash Haunter, Boros, Reckoner. I think is it Thundermare I'm thinking of? And Phyrexian Vindicator. And the equipment, whatever it's called. And, like, there's enough stuff in Boros specifically where you can start going, cool, chain reaction. By the way, my creature ends up taking, 10 damage. I'm going to send that to your face. Crap. Starve Extinction. By the way, this creature and this creature both take 20. So you can take 20 and you can take 20. Etc. Blasphemous Act. Cool. You can take 13 now. Like, being able to burn your opponent's face off just with cards like Chain Reaction is kind of dumb. Yeah, so that's going to be your Wrath category of choice in a deck like that. Generally speaking, I would say no. But a deck like that, yeah, for sure. You need to kill combo pieces. Red, blue, you were looking at Izzet. Izzet, I'm basically largely seeing Niv Mizzet. And that's not to say he's the only thing, but I mean, it's in the name. Izzet, Niv Mizzet. You do get a handful of other creatures that are, whenever you cast a spell of a given type, it gets bigger till end of turn. There's mono red, which again is largely going to be goblins. Occasionally it's going to be something like dragons or elementals or something like that, but it's mostly going to be goblins. So you have to kill Crinkle, you have to kill Muxus if you come across Muxus. Is Muxus even a thing in paper? I don't remember. Oh, yes, he is. And then red, green, Gruul. What's in Gruul? Like Gruul specifically. Halana Elena? Or are you Celestia? Halana Elena. That is Gruul. Okay. What else is in Gruul? And I'm not saying there isn't. I honestly I don't remember. What am I doing for Gruul? Oh yes, fella. What does this list currently look like? I've got Vexing Shusher. I've got Huh. Hilariously for this deck, the only red green creature I have is Vexing Shusher. Apart from my general. Interesting. Um yeah. But Inquisitors are like, and I think this is heavily based on the fact that your target, if your target is black, you get to destroy it. Oh, Strip Bear. I I I wouldn't I wouldn't feel like the biggest problem with Strip. Well, no. I was gonna say the biggest problem with Strip Bear is why don't you just kill the creature? But then when it comes to the equipment is still sitting around. And a lot of the auras, like for example, if you look at, even if you look at my Squee deck, you know, I have 7 auras here. Now 8, because there's a convenient target is now out that all have ways to recur themselves in mono red. Undying Rage. When Undying Rage is put into graveyard from the battlefield, return it to its owner's hand. Unquenchable Fury, basically same effect. And I don't remember about Convenient Target. Oh no, you can just pay mana to return it back to hand. But the equipment still stays around if you blow up the creature. And a lot of auras have ways to recur themselves or give you some kind of benefit for the creature, for the aura dying. Uh, is it Elephant Guide? No. Yeah. I think it was Elephant Guide, actually. Yeah. Elephant Guide. We knew there was, like, back in the day, like, because this came out in 2002. So the game was around less than 10 years. It was well known that the biggest problem with playing with auras was the 2-for-1 aspect, i.e., whenever you play an aura, it's easy to lose both cards because you kill whatever the aura, usually a creature, you kill whatever it's attached to, and you not only lose the, in this case, the creature, but you also lose the aura. And so this is part of why decks based around throwing auras on creatures. For a long time, it was a known idea, but you didn't really see people play it competitively because the drawbacks, the drawback was just too big. I mean, think about modern times. If you have, let's say, a Ragavan, just because it's the first creature that comes to mind, and you throw Elephant Guide on it, without this extra phrase here, if it just did this, if it just did enchant creature gets +3/+3, which to be fair, 3 mana is still really good as an aura. Sure, I'm attacking with a 5/4, but you go and snuff out, for example, or murder, or some other creature removal. No, not only have you killed Ragavan, but you've also got rid of the enchantment that's on. And Elephant Guide, I seem to remember there was this huge deal made about it because it was the first aura actually worth playing in the context of not only did you get a decent, a healthy size boost out of it, there's also this additional line here. When enchanted creature dies, you get a 3/3 token, which you paid 3 mana for. So not only are you getting the +3/+3, if that creature dies and you lose the aura in the process, you're still getting enough value out of it to make it worth playing. You're still getting that 3/3 token, which even nowadays would still be worth probably about 3 mana. At least 2. So you take a look at this and it goes, wow, wait, what? There were auras already that did exist that we didn't mind playing so much because it did break that paradigm of, you sacrifice, the creature dies, you lose everything. Well, the best example of that would be Rancor. Pay a green. Enchant creature gets +2/+0 and has trample. When Rancor hits the graveyard, it comes back to your, it comes back to your hand. So this, this would have been like the first aura that I remember people actually playing, where you could actually enchant a creature, and if the creature died, well, the creature died, but you still had the aura. You still got something because you could get Rancor back. But it was few and far between, and that was, let's see here. Whoops, view all prints, fast forward down to the bottom. 1999. This was 2002. No longer in the standard. And that was like an exception. but that was also a 1 mana aura. This is a 3 mana aura with, again, a healthy size boost. I would not complain about getting, 3 mana, give a creature +3/+3, not till end of turn, but as a semi-permanent, if not permanent buff. I would not complain about that. All that being said, going back to Strip Bear. Strip Bear is kind of funny because it doesn't kill the creature. It allows the creature to exist, but without any of the fun stuff that's attached to it. Hilariously, if you do something like, I don't know, this creature, this equipment has living weapon. So let's say Batterskull, for example. And I'm going to throw a couple more things onto it. I'm going to throw a Sword of War and Peace, and I'm going to throw Lava Spur Boots or something like that, and whatever. I'm going to throw like 3 or 4 other things onto it. And make it this big hulking beast. Cool. Strip Bear. Kill all the equipment that's attached to it. Well, because the equipment had living weapon, the creature that got left behind was a 0/0. So that also dies in the process. I think Strip Bear has some uses. Again, this feels like one of those cards. I wouldn't feel bad about throwing it, throwing a random copy into a random deck. I wouldn't expect to see it all the time, but I think it's perfectly playable in the occasional deck. This feels a little more metagame to me, but it's more like it simply boils down to do you have somebody in your group, or do you expect that somebody you'll be playing against is going to have enough auras and or equipment to actually bother putting this in your deck? Because, like, if you turn around and do that to Squee, with like 4 auras on him, he's certainly going to turn around and become I think he's a 1/1. And all the auras are just go on and hit the graveyard. Sorry, not sorry. So I think it's playable, but you have to pay attention to what kind of deck you not kind of what not less what kind of decks you expect to be playing against, and more do you expect somebody to have some, like, for example, if I look at my mono blue deck, my mono blue ramp deck, I know my mono blue ramp deck is going to have some of this. Not that, not that, not that, not that. This. I've got Sword of Hearth and Home and Sword of the Animus as the 2 big ones. I don't think I have anything else in here. Equipment or auras? Sword of Hearth and Home, Sword of the Animist. Adventuring Gear. Endless Evil. Yeah, Grand Total 4 cards. I probably wouldn't bother if I'm expecting, like if somebody's got a deck and they're expecting me to play my mono blue deck, I wouldn't bother. But if they're expecting me to play Squee, yeah, for sure. I'd probably want like 7 or 8 targets in the deck. Yeah, actually, maybe closer to 10 to actually make it worth considering putting a strip baron. That being said, you know, um, oh no, I was gonna say about Cauldra, but Cauldra is indestructible. The equipment, when you get all three together, are indestructible. That's not going to work. You'd have to find a way to remove indestructible. If you can do that, you're good. Kithkin Rabble. 4 mana for an XX with Vigilance. Where X is basically how many weight oh wow, how many weight permanents do you have? Normally this is how many creatures do you control. No, this is how many weight permanents do you have. How many enchantments do you have? How many planeswalkers do you have? How many tokens do you have that say, hey, by the way, I'm also white? Like, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. You know, your lands don't count, but pretty much everything else you do, pretty much everything. Yeah, like, dude, if you have a way to generate a bunch of permanents somehow, um, Triplicate Spirits. 6 mana with Convoke. Make 3 tokens. And they are white. Hey, by the way, here's 6 mana that not only makes 3 1/1 flyers, it also makes the Kithkin Rabble bigger by +3/+3 on its own. What? Uh, Elspeth. I think it's Elspeth. Um, yeah, this one. Elspeth Stormslayer. 4 or more tokens would be created under your control. Twice that many of those tokens are created instead. And her +1 makes a soldier token, but actually 2. She's also a white permanent herself. So playing that +1, here's 5 mana for 3 permanents. So yeah, Kithkin Rabble, really easy to make it good. It's got Vigilance. Is that Asen or at? I want to say it's Asen. Okay. Not bad yourself. I'm looking at I'm slowly but surely. Oh no, trying to think of a new commander deck. So, not to toot my own horn, but maybe I am. If you go to that link, I have a list of commander decks that are in various stages of design. Sometimes it's like if this column where it says link is blank, I at least have a deck idea. I haven't got any further than a deck concept, but I have a concept. If you see a link, that means, hey, I've actually figured out what I want to put into it. And then this column here is, no, I've actually gone and built it, and by the way, I came up with a deck that's based on Yu-Gi-Oh! And then found an actual deck box that's put out by Konami. Toss the first metal bender, but you don't like green. Okay. Be aware that all I'll say with respect to that last bit, you don't really like green. The game has been around long enough that if there's a concept that you're looking for, uh, and you are if there's a concept that you're looking for, you can find a way to pull it off in most colors. You don't have so what you might want to take a look at, for example, is like my mono. I've got a mono green control deck here, which was actually the first commander deck. Might be the first commander deck I actually. If it wasn't the first, it was the second that I ever actually built. Um, People do not think of green as a control color. No, I've got like lots of spot removal, graveyard removal, a decent amount of card draw, a handful of counter spells, including, oh my god, Null Brooch. I love this card. Uh, Ways to attack with flying creatures because I was trying to do a very non-green deck. And then stuff like Arborea, which is basically like a green version of Moat. This is very much a green deck that is not play green. It doesn't feel green. Um, Another deck that I'm working on that I still have to figure out exactly how I'm doing it. It's not on that list, like it's not on this page yet. But I'm working on mono green burn, which is a lot harder than it sounds. But if you are, like I said, if there's things that you're looking to do, and you know, the other thing that can the other thing that you can do, the other thing that you can do is you can play Toph as, I mean, sure, she says she's Naya, but you can basically just build it as Boros with a very small green splash, so you're able to cast her and maybe a couple of other cards. You don't have to build it heavy on, you know, with all three colors. You can basically, for all intents and purposes, make it a two-color deck with a little bit of green available, just so you can get her out. So that's also an option. Um, there's always ways around it. um, Bard's Bow is actually kind of fun. Oh yeah, Bow of Nylea. This thing is a house. Like especially when you're looking at all your earthbent, all your earthbent artifacts. And the fact that, you know, fine, it dies, it comes back. By the way, I'll earthbend it again. Because I think it's, yeah, at the end of turn. Conduit of Worlds is always fun. I think the big question is what is it that you don't like about playing green in general? Like, is it because green tends to play very, like, green decks tend to play the, yeah, okay. You don't have to play around that. And to be fair, that is why I built my Dosan deck. Uh, this is why I built Dosan the way I did. Because it's I saw it as and this has been the case. Like I conceived this deck about a decade ago. Actually, over a decade ago. Um, Somebody in a chat room I was in was basically how they said the same thing you did. Uh, Mono green decks were basically just rampant of fat, and at that point, this is the general that everybody was using for a deck of that nature. You're playing mono green. You basically play Omnath, Locus of Mana, and you store it into here. And sure, you eventually spend some of it at some point, but in the meantime, you've got this giant beater that costs you 3 to cast. And so I turned around and said, okay, well, if everybody's doing rampant of fat, how about I build a control deck? My Dosan deck has gone through some tweaks since then. Yep, and and it makes sense because again, that's how people play green. It's not the only way to play green. Again, I've got a oh yeah, Scoot Swarm. Survivor Rules 782. There are always more scoop bugs. Nowadays, if it wasn't Scoot Swarm, it would be probably Badger Mole Cub. Badger Mole Cub was some kind of flicker effect. That and what do you call it? Bramble Sovereign. Oh yeah, Badger Mole Cub. Forget it. Like it runs rampant in standard. Um, this is a card I really like in green though. There's not a lot of ways to copy creatures, so Bramble Sovereign I always enjoy. But yeah, like I said, there are ways to build green without falling into the I don't want to call it a trap. Um, it kind of feels like a trap. of building, like of always building certain decks commonly get built certain ways, and it's very easy to fall into that. And so, if you've been around the game a long time, and I haven't asked one way or the other, but if you've been around the game a long time, you're aware that there are ways to get around that. Uh, if you take a look, like I said, my mono green deck is a control deck. My mono blue deck, yeah, okay. So you're new compared to me. I started just before Legends came out. My mono blue deck, on the other hand, plays the way that you would expect a green deck to play, or at least as much as possible. And yes, I've actually got that thing built in paper. Uh, I try and dig as many lands out of my. I run about. I try to run somewhere around 20 or thereabouts basics in my deck. And I've had a couple of games go where I pulled all my basic islands um out of my blue deck because I was ramping so hard. It's like, sorry. I guess I failed to find now. But yeah, there's nothing wrong if you decide you want to. And also, if you want to steal any of these ideas at all, go ahead. I have no problem with that. You know, plus, so what this list, I think, started with chatting with a friend of mine and realizing that a lot of the decks that they wanted to make very commonly were generally the same, like green plus something, and sort of vaguely the same kind of the same kind of deck. And I didn't want to fall into that trap. And so I decided I was going to do the one for every color and color combination. Well, that gave me 32 decks. I had also decided a little later that I wanted to try and make a commander deck out of nothing but commons. And I went with mono red because I decided that if I can build a commons only commander deck in mono red and have it be remotely decent at all, I can build it in anything. I basically took what I thought was going to be the biggest challenge and started with that. And then I found a nice one of the things I wanted to be able to do was blow stuff up and not care about how big it was. And I thought might have been like one or two cards. And then I came across Fisher, which you probably remember. and its portal variant, Lava Flow. And then Aftershock came up, and I'm like, this card should be seeing more play in commander decks in general. This is like the red creeping mold. And then eventually I came across Introduction to Annihilation, so that's now in the deck. Hammerheim Deadeye is in because, well, people like playing with their angels and demons and dragons and sphinxes and all that other jazz. I need a way to kill them. And so I realized, yeah, if I can actually build a mono red commons only commander deck reasonably and have enough legitimate out and out removal. Okay. What can I use for commanders? I was restricted to the allied color pairs, mostly the vanilla legends from, well, Legends, plus Ramirez de Pietro. And other than that, I had Prismatic Piper, and then eventually Faceless One came out, which gave me a little bit more flexibility. And so I started coming up with a list for commons only commander decks. And so that gave me 11 more to play with. And so now I'm looking at working on 43 commander decks. Plus, you know, here's a few extra bonus ones that I'll eventually be working on. Commons only. Is it life gain? Uh, a $15 budget mill deck. A mono white burn. And eventually I'm going to end up throwing together mono white because I didn't realize mono white might actually be doable until I was going through going through all these sets. Yeah, mono white toughness matters is actually doable. Whoops. Blah. You pretty much need this. Excuse you. So I spelled his name wrong somewhere. That's why. I basically need to play him as my general. And I can get him for 7 cents apparently. It's like, okay, how cheap can I build how cheap can I make a good quality toughness matters deck? That's going to be a challenge for me. But yeah, if you've been playing since 95, so you've been playing over 30 years. You're aware that just because a card says it's a given color doesn't mean you have to play, like, doesn't mean it has to play a certain, just because, god damn it, words. if your commander's a certain color, it doesn't mean you're locked into playing any of those colors in any particular way. Like, you could use your white for catch-up ramp, your red for creature removal, like for hard creature removal like Aftershock, and your green for being able to pull out additional artifacts somehow. Probably stuff like Worldly Tutor, I would assume. Not necessarily so, but conceivably. there's always ways to make any given color combination work in an interesting manner. So, uh, I don't know if I've got any specific suggestions, but yeah. I know I would be really tempted to add Mycosynth Lattice to that deck. My biggest problem with adding Mycosynth Lattice is that you would be like Mycosynth Lattice combos too easily with too many other cards. If that makes sense to you. um, I guess the question is, what do you want out of Toph? Oh no, I get it. Well, I'm not even thinking CEDH. It's just if somebody puts out, like, for example, my mono white, you know, uh my mono white deck that's got so many combos and it's not even funny, runs Karn Silver, or not Silver Golem. Karn the Great Creator. Um because I want it to be able to animate an artifact so I can do combo shenanigans. Well, if somebody's got Mycosynth Lattice out, suddenly I just shut down everybody that's not me. I tried firebending and I didn't like that much. Yeah, firebending feels more like it needs to be something that's um for a smaller environment. Firebending feels like it works well for a smaller environment. Airbending should be fine. I think firebending might be the only one that isn't going to work. I made him me. Yeah, that's not hard. Oh man, I was watching Commander Clash. I think it was yesterday. Um, and Krim was on mono green, and he still managed to pull out some kind of stacks BS. I'm like, dude, you're playing mono green? How do you still manage to build stacks? Like, but yeah. But as for earthbending should be relatively easy to pull off. Non-token artifacts you control are lands in addition to its other types. Oh. Oh no. It doesn't say anything about them being creatures. They just have to be non-tokens. So Triplicate Titan getting Earthbent. Not in and of themselves. They don't, because they don't have an innate ability to tap for mana. But you're playing green. You do get to play with Yavimaya Critical Growth. You're also playing Commander. You get to play with Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth even though you're not playing black because it doesn't have a black color identity. It just makes your stuff tap for black, but it doesn't have an inherent black color identity. So I actually used that when I built my my mono blue ramp deck because I have, let's see if I can, where are you? There we are. I have Yavimaya Cradle of Growth in my mono blue ramp deck because it doesn't have a colored mana symbol on it. Doesn't have anything that says what its color identity is. You know, it just says forest. Well, what if you have a card that says destroy target forest? That's not automatically a green card. You have a Myocrylla Growth. In combination with Life Tap, I now have a legal, in my opinion, fair way for mono blue to gain life. There is no reason you can't run Yavimaya Cradle of Growth and Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth in a Toph deck. So suddenly, your Triplicate Titan, or whatever, can tap for mana. Man, I, I, I really wish I really wish playing with Mycosynth Lattice would be feasible. And it's just because, like I said, it combos with so many other things that it's being able to use it just to turn on, just to be able to make Toph turn all your stuff into artifacts, and as a result, turn them into lands. It's not like turning your planeswalker into a land is hilarious. So, and unfortunately, the only other cards I can think of that can turn your stuff into artifacts at that kind of scale are black. That being said, you know what else you do get to play with since you are in green? You do get to play with the nice little life and limb and what was it? Life and limb and oh geez, what's the other one card? Oh yeah, life and limb, Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, and like Masquerade Nexus. Because life and limb turns all your force like Yavimaya turns all your lands into force. Life and limb then turns all your force into also being saplings. Masquerade Nexus turns all your creatures into saplings, which means they're now also forests. And you only need one actual green card out of that. You combine that with Toph, and now all your non-creature, or sorry, your non-token artifacts are now also saplings that tap for that at that point, because you've got Yavimaya out, tap for green. Oh man. Yeah, the recent Commander Clash, it was like the first to 69 lands wins. A couple of people kept trying to find ways to duplicate lands one way or another. Tomer won by infinitely. What was it? Um, Guiltleaf Archdruid and Oblivion Sower. I wonder how much earthbending is there. Sort by cooler. Oh, Earthshape is cool. It's been 3, okay. Kyoshi. Earthbend. Wow, Earthbend 8? Wow, Kyoshi is silly. Oh, it's an 8 drop, that explains it. Badgermole, when it enters, Earthbend 2. Cute. Badgermole code, we already know about you. When it enters, Earthbend 1. Okay. When it attacks, put 2+1 counters on each line. So the land that you just Earthbent is going to suddenly be a 3/3 and then a 5/5, etc. King of 3 trials, Earthbend 3. Okay, you do need to run some lessons. You don't need a lot, but you need some. Then Earthbend X, where X is twice the number of foods you control. So at the very least, Feast Lecture is going to be Earthbend 1. And make a food. Cracked Earth Technique. Earthbend 3. Then Earthbend 3. You gain 3 life. That's funny. King the General. Ba 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 ba. Land creatures you control have double strike. That's funny. Whenever non-land creature you control dies, Earthbend acts where X is accurate. Huh. Earthbend 1. I swear, anytime I see something along the lines of Earthbend 1 then Earthbend 1, or like, you know, Scry 3 then Scry 3, or something of that nature, I always find stuff like that amusing. How much is busing say? Not silly. When it dies, there's been 2. Okay, yeah, you're banned. Okay. So, there's enough to build around earthbending reasonably. And so there's enough to build around earthbending reasonably. You are looking at... Yep. You are looking at stuff that puts +1 counters on things. So anything that duplicate that can enhance that will help. You do have landfall shenanigans to play with as well. I feel like there's got to be some kind of weird way of doing some kind of Splinter Twin shenanigans with that. Alright, let's try and get white cleared off quickly. Um, what? I'm just going to duplicate this tab before I forget about it. Boop. Noodle. But yeah, Kithkin Rabble. Uh, like I was saying, anything that's white, this thing ends up being huge. Just give it away to get trample or something. um, Belly cohort, real easy. 3 mana for a 2/2 or first strike, but as long as you control another white creature, it's a 3/3. You have two of these. I mean, yes, obviously, if you have two of these in play, you're not playing Commander, but your 1 drop or 2 drop is probably generating a white creature, and this is suddenly a 3/3 for 3 with first strike. At common, I would add. Yeah. Again, if I had built my mono white common stack on a different premise, then yes, this would have gone in a heartbeat. Um, if you're looking for if you just want a cheap, efficient first striking creature, and first strike, I don't think first strike gets enough attention. First strike is so dangerous. Like, any pump spell suddenly becomes no. The opposing creature is just dead. Deal with it. It's not coming back. I mean, it could come back from being reanimated or whatever, but you get the point. Like, first strike, you have like 2 creatures that are 2/2s with first strike, and they will take down a 6, a 6 toughness creature, like up to a 6 toughness creature, and not blank. Apothecary Initiate. Whenever player casts a white spell, you may pay 1. If you do, gain a life. Eh. if you're looking for some kind of Soul Sister thing, sure, adding an extra, pay 1 to gain a life to your Soul Sister. Like, I I I would be putting this into a mono white Soul Sisters kind of deck, but I don't think I would be playing it. It's fine, but I don't think I would be doing that. But if I was to play it, that's where I would be putting it. Last breath, exile target creature power 2 or less as controller gains 4 life. I see this, and the first thing that goes through my head is, yeah, but like any giant growth effect counters the spell because when it goes to resolve, the creature no longer has a power 2 or less. It's now, 4 or whatever. And then I go, yeah, but this is Commander. People don't generally play with giant growth effects. They play, if they're doing anything of that nature at all, they're playing some kind of Lord effect. They're either playing like Gaia's Anthem, which affects everything, or Lord of Atlantis, which is everything of a certain creature type. Or something of that nature. And chances are they're coming to play at sorcery speed. You're going to know when you go to cast Last Breath if it's going to be legal target. They're not going to be, people are not holding up cards like Giant Growth or Brute Force or Howl from Beyond or whatever. It's not to say, you know, nobody plays them, but realistically speaking, it's not a thing you generally see people playing. So, Last Breath, it's the biggest problem with Last Breath is it has to then compete with Swords of Plowshares, which is one less mana, can hit any creature, and probably gaining around the same amount of life anyway. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but on average, probably works out the same. So, eh. And if you want something else along the lines of Last Breath, you've also got, well, any other swords variant. You've got your various Journey to Nowhere effects. You've got your swords and Path of Exile. Last Breath? Actually, yes. Hi, Holly. Holly, get your adverbs here. I'm never gonna let that go. Never gonna give it up. Mine Excavation. I completely forget about the existence of Mine Excavation. Probably largely because it's not the kind of card that I generally play. Because realistically, if I'm trying to bring something back from the graveyard, it's usually so. I generally like building decks that take, a concept and throw it in the wrong spot. So, for example, if you're to build a deck based around, here's my commander. I'm going to throw a bunch of Auras on it and attack with that. You're probably looking at, you might be looking at green, you might be looking at white, or something that combines the two, possibly with one or more additional colors. It might be straight Selesnya, it might be more than that. I went red. And so a card like mine, is something that can return artifacts or enchantments. Oh, I just noticed that's from a graveyard. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. This card is the more I'm reading this card, the more I'm realizing what it actually does. I'm either trying to build I'm always trying to throw something weird on my decks. I'm either taking a concept and throwing it in the wrong color. I'm doing, a completely off the wall well, as far as I'm concerned, deck concept. Or I'm throwing some kind of weird restriction on my deck. This is my mono green commons only elves deck. Or something. And so it's very common, no pun intended here, that cards that do something that would make sense for the color. It's very common that those kind of cards aren't on my radar. I don't have any decks at this point that are based on white, that are based on enchantments. Like my, let's take a quick scan through here. My mono white deck is either based on, well, throwing all the combos I can into the same deck and no way to tutor up any of the parts, or uh, spend one card, get at least two bodies out of it. Azorius, my regular Azorius deck is Advisor's Mill. My Azorius Commons deck is basically Dungeons and Dragons, the deck. Dungeons and Parties and Changelings, oh my. Selesnya is Druid Tribal with some enchantment synergy. More matter of I'm playing enough druids, and then I found that the enchantresses were druids, so I made sure I added some enchantments to make sure they work together. Selesnya Commons is my poison deck. And poison, people are normally thinking like, green and black. Well, this is green, but it's green-white. I remember I have some auras in here, but I don't remember how much I've got. Come on. There we go. Okay, I've got 11. Plus, it can bring back artifacts. So, 1, 2, 3, 14. It doesn't say... No, artifact or enchantment. Yeah. So, like a quarter of this deck, at least, a quarter of this deck, I could, it could work. And it is a common. Okay. So that's an option. Orzhov, no, because I'm looking at exiling stuff. Boros, aggro, no, doesn't really work there. Bant is counter spells. Esper is Sphinxes. I could see it conceivably with Sphinx bidding. Depends how many artifacts I've got in there, really. For there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wow, more than I expected so far. 13 plus mana rocks. Maybe. It would be nice. but I don't see it as something that actually fits. I mean, potentially. Again, I could see an argument for it. Uh, Naya for Dino Ramp, doo 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 doo, Dino Ramp, doo 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 doo, Dino Ramp. No. Uh, doesn't feel like it fits there. Abzan Life Dot Deck. If I'm having to sacrifice stuff for life, maybe. Just Guy, extra turns and extra combats? No. Uh, oh yeah, Mardu, Kalia's Angels? Not really. Non-blue control, I could see it. Uh, non-black? From a... May... Maybe. That one's iffy. Uh, non-red, I could actually see it going in because that's based around... Just as an example, cards like Opal Gargoyle. Every color but red had an enchantment, well, had enchantments like this during Urza Block, which were, you know, you pay some small cost, and then usually it was whenever an opponent does a thing, usually casts some kind of spell. If this is an enchantment, it becomes a creature that costs that you would expect to cost more, at least at that point. Hidden, lurking, opal, and veiled. Yep. Would the creature would be a little better than what you would expect to pay for in terms of mana. Yeah, sleeper enchantments. Yeah, you could. I don't know if that was the quote unquote official term for them, but yeah, that's a viable, that's a sensible. What was the one that was? I can't remember. No, I think it was that TSP name Opal. I can't remember the name of you. Oh, Opal Guardian. Opal Guardian, referencing not just the Opal enchantments and the other sleeper enchantments from Urza Block, but also Abbey Gargoyles, which was. No, Abbey. Which was basically triple white plus 2, and you got a 3/4 flying with protection from red. Whenever an opponent casts a creature spell, if this permanent's an enchantment, it becomes a 3/4. And notice it doesn't say until end of turn. It was this. It's now, by the way, I'm a creature now. I'm a creature now. Here's my stats. Rawr. And so a deck like that is going to have 20, maybe 30 enchantments in it. And so Mine Excavation definitely fitting into a deck like that. Anything that's. And just the fact that, you can return an artifact from. And here's the thing, from a graveyard. Doesn't have to be yours. You can bring somebody else's stuff back. Which could be dangerous, especially if somebody's playing with Sir Conrad. I can't not say it that way. Sir Conrad. The Grim. Whenever another creature, yada yada yada, or a creature card leaves your graveyard, one damage to each opponent. Yeah, if you've got that in your deck somehow, you're playing with Mine Excavation, and it's either an artifact creature or an enchantment creature. Pair that up with Night Soil. No, you. Yeah, so like Raid's Dead in and of itself is already fine. Being able to bring back an artifact or enchantment is is really good. Being able to bring back an artifact or enchantment from anybody's graveyard back to their hand is really nice because it's like, what will you do for me if I send your triplicate Titan back to your hand? Wait, what? What will you do if I take the triplicate Titan out of your graveyard and send it back to your hand? Uh, well, I will. And then it has Conspire, which means you can pay. This is a white card, so you tap 2 white creatures, assuming that, you know, there's no shenanigans like, I don't know, Painter's Servant or whatever. Um, and suddenly go, hey, cool, I'm going to make a copy of it, and now I get to bring back 2 things. So, again, the only reason this card is not generally on my radar is because my decks tend to do weird stuff. If my decks did more typical stuff, this would be on my radar a lot more often. Uh, yeah, definitely playable. And Rune Halo, the fact that it's banned in Brawl has got to tell you something. As it enters, you name a card. You have protection from the chosen card name. So, yeah, uh, not unheard of that you're going to name somebody's commander as an example. Yeah, protection from target commander. Um, Also, certain cards that are just like outright win you the game. For example, uh, Blightsteel Colossus or Terror of the Peaks can do that. There's a bunch of cards that can just, if it doesn't win the game literally, it wins the game effectively. You just turn around and say, no. So you don't even have to do anything like, or what's your opponent's biggest creature? Blah. I named that. Blue cards. Wind Waiter. One of the more interesting one of the more interesting blue cards that it's like, hey, by the way, I can't attack unless something. First of all, 5 mana. You generally assume a 5/5. It's not it works out to a 5/5, but it's a 6/4, which is actually really good. Can't attack unless the Feng player controls a blue permanent. That's something that you'll also notice is in the set a lot is it doesn't care about, it cares less about do you have a creature or whatever of this type. It's do you have a permanent of that? If we just go back to white for a sec, Kithkin Rabble Power and toughness equal the number of white permanents you control. You know, blue gets the Whim Waiter. Can't attack unless defending player controls a blue permanent. I mean, I would be perfectly fine just having it as like a 5 mana 6/4 wall against most decks because a think about it. It's 6 power for 5 mana, which is slightly undercosted realistically if you're looking at blue, especially when you're looking at commons. Oh no, can't attack because nobody else is playing blue. Shrug. That being said, there's ways around that. Holly suggests Thought Lace. I mean, if you're going to play Thought Lace, there's Moonlace. Isn't there the one with is it Whim of Volrath I'm thinking of that's got buyback? That does something similar. Um, you know, or you just the short answer is Painter's Servant and turn everything blue and just not care. And can't attack unless defend control. Okay, cool. I will play this as a 6 power wall for 5 mana and basically do the come at me, bro routine. You're going to attack into a 6 power creature? Okay. Now, is it going to be good there? Probably not. But I mean, it still has 4 toughness, which is still a lot to try and actually get through. So, it's fine. I just know if I was playing a deck that had it, that's what I would be seeing. With, at the typical table, there might be one other person that it can actually attack. That being said, I think blue sees a fair amount of play, just not on its own or heavily blue. It usually ends up being in combination with something else. For example, Grixis. Grixis, Esper, Teamer, stuff like that. Shifting Sky, Shifting Sky. You're gonna make me pull that up now, aren't you? Yeah, as it enters, choose a color. All non-land permanents have the chosen color. Yeah, if you really want to turn around and annoy people. I mean, that being said, I would want the first problem with Shifting Sky is it only affects permanents. So sadly, that does not mean you can do things like combo Gainsay with it. So what else are you going to be playing that wants you to have blue permanents? Ideally, you're playing blue. I'm not saying there's not anything else. There might be something further down. But yeah, again, it's still fine as a creature that blocks really well and can occasionally attack. Kinsker Harpoonist, 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. When it attacks, you may have target creature lose flying till end of turn. This is interesting because usually this kind of effect is target creature gains flying till end of turn. And so for target creature lose flying, I wish this had flash, which means to do that, the easiest way to pull that off would either be Leyline of Anticipation or Vidalcan Orrery. Yeah, yeah. I could see the argument for it being green. A stretch could make it red, but I could also see an argument for it being blue. Um, because no, we are the superior air creatures. Get where you belong. I could see blue having that attitude. You get down there with the rest of the scrubs. I mean, have you seen some of these blue mages? But yeah, I would love for this to be played somehow with Flash. And then you go, cool. By the way, now I block with my 1/1 Death Touch. Yeah. Honestly, Kinskar Harpoonist, play this in a deck that's got ways to give your stuff Flash and go from there. This this gets incredibly so much better once it's got Flash. Uh, Prism Wake Marrow, 3 mana for 2/1 with Flash. When it enters, target permanent becomes color or colors of your choice to land a turn. Um, Changing the color of a thing is harder to actually have a reason for. I'm not saying, I'm not saying, I mean, obviously, if you're looking at cards like Whim Raider or Whim Waiter, there's reasons for it. So, I'm not saying it's useless, but this is commonly the sort of thing that you want a permanent effect of this. You don't want a temporary, you know, there's there are going to be decks where you just need it once. Also keep in mind that it says until end of turn. So if you do that, seems like limited or feels like limited fodder. Yeah, maybe. Um, the if you are because it says until end of turn, that basically says until until the cleanup step of the relevant turn. So when you've got stuff that triggers at end of turn, you can cast in response to that, and then you have to wait until the next end of turn starts. Um, but if you're looking at until end of turn, no, the at end of turn stuff triggers first, and then other stuff happens, and then until end of turn. Cool. The turn is now ending. The turn is basically the turn is now over. Now it wears off. So you cannot do the same kind of, you know, have it last until the following turn trick. um, and again, sometimes you just need stuff to last temporarily. But I would prefer something that changes it permanently instead. Merrill Wave Breakers. 3/3 for 5. Pay 2 and untap it to give it flying till end of turn. Again, the reasons for tapping it, we've already talked about. Um, you've got cards like Opposition to play with. In fact, Opposition would be hilarious. Exhausting Wizard can be exhausting work. You don't say. Urza says he's sane. Perhaps, but measures of sanity among planeswalkers are hard to come by. Baron. So they kept the original artwork and then went with the 7th edition flavor text. Interesting. But yeah, so pay 4 mana. Tap an untapped creature you control. Tap target artifact, creature, or land. So combining that with, you know, anything with an untap ability, such as Merrill Wave Breakers, you can basically continuously tap stuff down. It's basically, blue +1, tap target, artifact, creature, or land. So, it's. I mean, if you're just looking for something that's got an untap ability, it's fine. It's also got a cheap untap ability. It only costs 2 to activate. So that is something in its favor. Um, but beyond using something that beyond using something because it's got a cheap untap ability, I don't really see it. Although to be fair, I think out of those first 4, I think it and the Harpoonist are vaguely playable. I think the Whim Raider and the Prism Wake are meh. Sinking Feeling. Sinking Feeling. What if you can't put... Let me just check a thing here. Whoops, does Sinking Feeling... Enchant creature has, so the creature gets the ability. I think if the creature's controller has Solemnity out, they can't actually pay the cost. I think if they've got Solemnity out, they can't pay the cost. Counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, enchantments, or lands. That's... So Solemnity says counters can't be put on stuff, including creatures. Sinking Feeling wants you to put a counter on it as part of the cost for the ability. You can't put the counter on in the first place, so you can't pay the cost, so you can't activate the ability. That being said, Sinking Feeling, unless that -1 counter is actually relevant somehow, yeah, there's better versions of this ability. Again, Weak Stone Subjugation, etc., etc., etc. Counterbore. Counterbore looks really weird when you look at it through the lens of Commander. But again, there's I think about a dozen cards now that allow you to break the rules saying how many copies you can run. Most of them say you can run any number. Seven Dwarfs says you can run 7, and Nazgul says you can run, I think, 9. So you can actually play those in addition to, Heir Apparent and Rat Colony and Persistent Petitioners and Dragon's Approach and Slime Against Humanity and all that jazz. That's how you can run any number. And suddenly you have a counterspell that has some utility in the format. And going from, well, this card is not playable at all, to suddenly, oh my god, this card is broken. Five mana, counter target spell. Searches controller's graveyard, hand, and library for all cards with the same name as that spell and exile them, then that player shuffles. Word of advice: if you're playing against Slimes Against Humanity, make sure you get them all. The other ones, if you miss one, you miss one. Not a big deal. Oh yeah. Yeah, Holly, yeah, that's perfectly accurate. You do get information about what your opponent's deck, how your opponent's deck is built and stuff like that. Plus what's in their hand. But against most decks that have one of these cards that have, you can run a number of, you're allowed to run some number of copies more than the one. So, as many as we want, or 7 for 7 Dwarves, or 9 for Nazgul. Anything like that, not a big deal. You miss one, you miss one. What's going to happen if you miss a copy of Dragon's Approach? Okay. Gets the deal next to 3 damage. Shrug. Or Heir Apparent. Okay. Gets a 2/2 out. Shrug. No big deal. Slime Against Humanity counts the copies of Slime Against Humanities or any other ruses that aren't just in the graveyard, but also the ones that are in exile. You miss one, you could be facing a creature that's got over 40 power because you missed one. So, Counterbore? Yeah. I think it's okay, but I think it's just okay in most cases. again, this is one of them. I want to keep calling them the sideboard card, but Commander doesn't have sideboards per se. But if somebody in your group is known for playing with cards where you're allowed to run multiple copies, Counterboard is probably a good option. Ghastly Discovery. 3 mana, sorcery, draw 2 cards, then discard a card, Conspire. It's fine. If you Conspire it, you are drawing 2 cards, discarding a card, draw 2 cards, discard a card. So, you're drawing 4, discarding 2, but you have to resolve them separately. Yeah. Draw 4, ditch 2 for 3 and 2 creatures. And the card that you cast. That's the other thing people have to remember is you also spent the card itself. So if you Conspire it, so if you don't Conspire it, you break even. If you do Conspire it, you're ahead by a card. How are you ahead by a card? Because you're not spending the additional, like when you copy it, you're not spending a card for the copy. You're just tapping creatures. And I feel like Ghastly Discovery, maybe, possibly, conceivably, should have gone into my mono blue cantrip. Oh, no. Because all it does is draw cards, and it only draws a couple. Yeah, it would be thoroughly meh in my Cantrip City deck because I draw so many cards. Let me just reopen that real quick because, it didn't get a chance to show you guys. So apart from my commander, all my entire creature base in some way, shape, or form is drawing cards. My pump spells, I do, yeah, my pump spells, a couple of them also draw cards. My removal, one way or another, all draws cards. I've got these guys that trigger for drawing additional cards. I've got these that are going to draw me additional cards. I can't clear the mind in here because it gets my graveyard back. So we get to draw more cards. I've got a suite of counter spells that'll say, hey, by the way, draw a card. Might have to discard cards on top, but I'm drawing cards. My mana rocks draws a card, draws a card, draws a card, draws a card, draws a card. 5 of my 7 mana rocks additionally draw cards. 7 of my lands either have, like, scry, cycling, rearrange the top of my deck, cycling, put a card from my graveyard back on top of my deck, cycling, surveil. I have so much card draw in that deck, it's not even funny. And so, a card like Ghastly Discovery is just in that deck. Because it doesn't do enough. Briarberry Cohort. Gets +1/+1 as long as you control another blue creature. At common, this is very easy to be a 2 mana 2/2 flyer. That's all it is. But that's still pretty good. Because blue is not known for, like, Getting a 1 mana 1/1 flyer, not a big deal. Blue can do that. Getting a 2 mana 2/2 flyer requires a lot more work, especially at common. Turn 1 Cloud Sprite, turn 2 this, turn 3 flips the table. Let's not talk about flips right now. Flip a coin, flip the card, because, you know, the flip cards from the first trip to Kamigawa. Flip the table. Yeah, flip a chaos or no, flip chaos confetti. But yeah, Briarberry cohort, I could easily see that scene play as a decently aggressive card in like a fairy deck, or if you want to go for like blue soldier, like mono blue soldiers, I could see that. Biting tether. Biting tether. We already covered unstable mutation earlier. Biting tether is a cross between control magic and unstable mutation. This is stealing a creature that will slowly die. There's also, I think it's Binding Grasp. No, not Binding Grasp. Wasn't there a... Wasn't there an ancient card like Binding Grasp, or it wasn't Binding Grasp, obviously, but something from that era that let you steal a creature, but it shrunk? Or am I just Essence Flare? Pump the power, shrunk its toughness. I think I just might be mixing cards together. There was enough weird stuff back then that I think that was I think I'm just I think my brain's just crossbreeding stuff. But yeah, this will steal one of your opponents. This will steal a creature and slowly kill it. It is difficult. It's not impossible, but it's difficult to find actual legitimate removal in mono blue. That will just outright get rid of the creature. No. No, I'm thinking like Ice Age era. And I don't think it hit Mirage. I think it had to be. I think it was pre Mirage. Again, maybe my brain's just taking deck card ideas and crossing them together. But yeah, no. But yeah, Biting Tether, I think I would. I think is worth playing. Consign a Dream. 3 mana instant. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. If that permanent is red or green, put it on top of its owner's library instead. If you're looking to run boomerang variants, Consign to Dream is really good. Because boomerang is the first sentence of this for double blue. This is slightly more to cast, 3 mana instead of 2, but slightly easier to cast because only requires a single blue mana. It's not situational though. It's it's always going to be at least boomerang. It's always going to be at least boomerang. You might put it on top of the deck on top of their deck instead, but it's always at least boomerang, which I think is perfectly fine. And if you're playing with boomerang variants, this is a good starting point. This and boomerang itself. Um, then there's creature. Then they've got creatures that have got common play abilities that say, when this enters, return target permanent to its owner's hand. You know what? Sort by cooler. Boomerang, Capsize, Consign a Dream, Cryptic Command. Dematerialize, I don't like. It's 4 mana sorcery with flashback of 7 for that. Dispersing Orb, sack a permanent to return. Eye of Nowhere, basically boomerang as a sorcery. Hydar, Rhymewind Master. Keeper of the Nine Gales. Lost in a Mist is just silly. Because 5 mana instant, counter target spell, return target permanent its owner's hand. You're basically getting counter spell plus boomerang, which would cost you quad blue and 2 cards for 2 blue plus 3 and a single card. Reality Strobe consistently get, like every 3 turns, get another instance off. Regress, return target, basically the cleaner version of Consign a Dream. Rescind is a slightly more expensive boomerang, but it's got cycling. Yay! This is what I'm looking for. Riftwing Cloudskate. When it centers, return target permanent its owner's hand. 5 mana for a 2/2, but bounce a thing. Search Banner, which I think we may have talked about during Lorwyn. Whenever it becomes tapped, you can pay 2 to return target permanent its owner's hand. Easy, like I said before, opposition and similar effects, great way to handle that. Surging Aether. I don't think I would play in Commander just because it doesn't, again, format. It's saving grace compared to Dematerialize is it's an instant. But I mean, you're only gonna get the 1 copy off because you can only run 1. Temporal Adept. Pay 3, tap, return target permanent its owner's hand. Temporal Fisher. The first card that I remember from Storm decks for Pauper, where that was basically the win con, that got banned. Tidespout Tyrant. Whenever you cast a spell, return target permanent. Tradewind Rider. Basically another version of Keeper of the Nine Gales. Wipe Away. It's Boomerang with Split Second for an extra mana. Urborg Emissary, hilariously, I think would be balanced now. Because back in the day, this would be like about rightly costed for the body and a bit undercosted for the kicker. And now I think you could probably get away with a 2 mana 3/1. And you'd still be fine with a kicker of blue +2. I think this one actually survives. Like, if you were to play this in modern day, I think it would still work. Deliver, return target permanent. So, yeah, like there is enough way to return target permanent. The problem with return target permanent, you end up having to run all 5 colors if you want to run them all. You could get most of it in black and blue. But then you get stand to deliver as red white, and then adding green for Ether Helix or Grixis gets you Croesus Charm and Grixis Charm. Which both, for the first mode, have return target permanent to its owner's hand. I think if you run Grixis, you lose out on Ether Helix and stand to deliver, and that's it. Oh, and and number crunch. Yeah. Um I could see myself playing that deck and just trolling people with it. It would not be a good deck. It would by no means be a good deck. It would be an annoying, frustrating deck to play against. Isle back spawn. 7 mana for a 4/8, which averages to a 6/6 with Shroud. So that in of itself feels about right. I want this in a Toughness Matters deck. Because then it'll be attacking it'll be dealing combat damage as an 8/8 instead of a 4/8. Or if you can shrink somebody's library sufficiently in some manner, and it could even be yours. It could be yours if the price is right. Yeah, you could be looking at 7 mana 16/16. Yeah, Holly, text me about the city later. uh, FYI, yeah, I think I told you what my schedule is going to be like for the next couple of days. My Wednesday, I'm going to be dead. Cheers. But yeah, all back spawn. Again, the worst it is a 7 mana 6/6, which, well, 7 mana 4/8, which averages to a 6/6 with Shroud. And because it's a 4/8, it survives a lot of things. Oh, I'll back spawn. I should have been looking at that for my mono blue ramp deck. A, digging lands out of that deck is real easy. So actually getting it down to 20 or fewer cards is not completely unreasonable. I am browsing. This is a browser. What are you talking about? Womp womp. Holly's talking about this card. 4-mana enchantment. Pay for. Look at the top 5 of your library. Put one in your hand and exile the others. I get one of these. Everything else, exiled. Once great literature. Now great litter. Dryad Ballard, Task Mage. But yeah, all back spawn. I I can see, I can easily see spots for that. Uh, you know, also Giant Ocean Beast. Are you playing with Giant Ocean Beast? You should be playing with Giant Ocean Beasts. This is Giant Ocean Beast. Put away. 4-mana counter target spell. You may shuffle up to one target card from your graveyard into your library. You play this in combination with, I think it's Stream of Thought? No, not Stream of Thought. Uh, didn't say, nope, not didn't say please. Wow. Alright, fine. Devious Cover Up. That's the one I was thinking of. Run both of them in the same deck. Okay? So they both cost 4 mana. They both say counter target spell. Put away. Lets you shuffle one card from your graveyard back into your library. Devious Cover Up. If the spell is countered, it gets exiled instead. You may shuffle up to 4 cards from your graveyard into your library. If you have both, barring shenanigans, and this is Commander, there's always shenanigans, especially casual Commander. There's always shenanigans. If you have both, you can never run out of deck. Because your Devious Cover Up can shuffle the Put Away back in, and the Put Away can shuffle the Devious Cover Up back in. And because Devious Cover Up shuffles 4 cards, it's not just the Put Away. You'll always, every time you go through it, you'll always put a couple extra cards, and a couple more cards, and a couple more cards. Whoops. Black cards. Shadowmoor cohort. This is the one of the cycle that I'm not fond of. Just because if you do manage to get a second black creature, you have a 6 mana 5/4. Meh. The only reason to play it is because you're in black and you're in elementals and you're, I don't know, you're playing are you playing mono black elementals or something? Wouldn't bother. S- Splitting Headache, again, one of those cards that, hey, by the way, discard. Yeah, I think even in limited I wasn't very fond of it. Uh the Splitting Headache, one of those cards that makes people discard. I I don't think if you're playing I think if you're playing a discard deck for commanders, which again, not generally the kind of deck most people would enjoy or enjoy playing against. Wouldn't bother. I don't think this does enough. So Thoughtseize effect, you're paying 4 mana for a Thoughtseize. Although to be fair, the one thing I will say about Splitting Headache compared to cards like Duress, Thoughtseize, etc. Yes, it's 4 mana. You choose any card. You can actually choose a land. You can choose a land. You can choose a battle. You can choose a planeswalker. You can choose a creature. You can choose to do the Watusi. Whatever. Whatever's in your opponent's hand, you can choose any of it and make them discard that. That's not a given with most discard effects that say choose a card from their hand and make them discard. Uh, or discard or they discard 2 cards. It's a mana over mind rot at that point. Eh, I feel like the only real reason to play a card like Splitting Headache is if it's like 1v1 and combo decks or something. Alright, good night, Holly. Like I said before, I expect to be streaming again on Wednesday. I am going to be in very interesting shape by that point. But yeah, hopefully we'll see you then. Yeah, Splitting Headache, I think the big reason to play this is you want combo protection. But I again, these two wouldn't bother. Gloomlands might actually be the first card that is mono black that just out and out says destroy target creature. Um, date less than Shadowmoor. Oh, colon. Destroy target creature. Actually, no. Release date. Not reprint. Hey, Rar. Rar. Alright, so for black cards, there was Betrayal of Flesh, Devouring Shadow. Oh, wow. Really? Thysis, Weeds. Okay. So for the first mono black card, um, Shadowmoor today, and then in 2 days I'll be handling Eventide, so I can actually get OG Lorwyn block done before the new year. Also, I completely forget that Hand of Justice is a thing. I completely forget about this, and this is such a silly card. You have enough white creatures being generated somehow. This thing is just nuts. It's like, especially if you got ways to untap it. All right, so there's actually a reasonable number of ways. Yeah, but it's like it only requires tapping stuff and killing creatures every turn. No restrictions. Also, it's a 2/6, which means it averages to a 4/4, which is pretty. 6 mana for what's effectively a 4/4 math wise. You're paying 2 additional mana to be able to just. Because you also got to remember at this point you were looking at stuff like Royal Assassin, which could only hit tapped creatures. Nah, that would be nowadays you could probably get away with that. Maybe. Nah. So, nah, tapping stuff to destroy target permanent. And again, take take a look at cards like Seedborn Muse. That lets you untap all your stuff every turn. And not just on your own turn, but everybody else's turn as well. You combine that with an effect like Seedborn Muse, and it's like, cool. I'll kill this on my turn. I'll kill this on your turn. I'll kill this at. Yeah, which is going to require a lot more work to get it going. Because that's what? 3 counters on it? And how much proliferation do you need to do or whatever to keep it? Yeah. If I've got. If Hand of Justice has got haste, because it's 6 mana, yeah, if you proliferate, how much are you costing? How much are you spending to proliferate? If I've got haste on my Hand of Justice in any way, shape, or form, by the time I cast it, I'm killing stuff. Even if I don't, okay, I wait until next turn. Yeah, we're talking about generic decks here. We're not talking about building it in like specific. Because I'll tell you right now, Lux Cannon. If I'm playing like my colorless control deck, then yes, Lux Cannon, especially because I do have proliferation shenanigans in there, makes a lot more sense. But if I'm playing like if I'm looking at mono white, I regularly need to kill creatures. I very I don't often need to kill other stuff. Plus, because it's also a creature, it blocks really well. Also, apologize if I'm a little cranky or whatever today. I worked last night, did not get enough sleep before starting my stream today. Tried, did not get enough sleep. And the rest of this week is going to be a mess. Thursday is probably. What commander are attack? Yeah. uh, by about this time tomorrow, I should be on my way to my other job, work an overnight shift at the gas station, get home in enough time to maybe catch a nap for an hour, for if I'm lucky, 2 hours, head off to my job at my LGS, come home, maybe catch an hour nap on, this is now Wednesday afternoon we're talking about. Uh, do my other stream because I'm hoping to get Eventide done on Wednesday. By the time that finishes, I'm like, cool. Pass out pretty much for all day Thursday. Dude, they're gonna be like an hour or two each, tops. I'm going to be leaving one job that I've already worked at 8 hours. It's almost an hour to get home, to get between here and work. Like here and my one job at the gas station. Yeah. I'm already going to have worked for 8 hours and actually doing work for most of that. You know, uh, mopping the floors and restocking, and I'm going to be busy. Um, as opposed to, some jobs where you can get away with like just sit there and relax. No, I'm going to be busy that night. We're also going to have a shipment come in near the end of my shift that I'm going to have to deal with. Yeah, it's going to be a busy shift. Then come home, like I said, maybe have like an hour or two to rest for, you know, to get some kind of rest before heading to my job at my LGS. Probably packing orders or picking orders all day that day, which is probably going to be busy because people getting money over Christmas and suddenly going, oh hey, by the way, I can get that. Plus also, not only getting money over Christmas but also last day of the month, and so a lot of people get paid on the last day of the month. So doing that, come straight home again, maybe catch, if I'm lucky, an hour nap, and then get up at enough time to stream for generally 6 hours. So in a, let's see here, beginning up around 8:30. 1, 2, 3, 27. So in a 27 and a half hour span, I will have, in theory, about 6 hours worth of time where I'm not going to be doing some kind of work, assuming we're counting the streaming time as work. Let's just say about 6 hours that I'm not going to be busy. Yeah, and I have to eat during that time frame as well. So yeah, uh, this is why I say when I get it, I'm gonna be napping when I can, and then when I finish my stream, I'm just gonna be out for Thursday. Anywho, Gloomlands. Even so, like at that point, like destroy target creature, like just plain destroy target creature was still not something you could get easily. I mean, the discard effect is nice, but I mean, again, unless you're building a deck based around making people discard cards, I wouldn't play it. Because there's so much better nowadays. I mean, you've got Murder, which is like half the cost as an instant, and Murder's been power crept now. What's the one that's. Isn't there one that's in. Oh, yeah, what was that? There's this thing, which I think is absolutely hilarious and does occasionally sneak into standard play. Because, yes, it's a sorcery. Yes, it's a sorcery, but it's 2 mana to blow up a creature. Uh, Mana value equals 3. Date greater than no. Uh, no. Let's go for just what's in standard. Really? Nothing? Okay. How about less than 4? Oh, I know why. It's not set its format. Descending. No? There we go. Hero's Downfall and Spin Out are the same cost. Nocturnal Hunger. Come Back Wrong. Dragon's Prey. And Death of Gwen Stacy, although Death of Gwen Stacy I would rule out because that's a rare. Same with Come Back Wrong. But everything else costs 3 to cast. Like black plus 2, I should say, compared to 2 black plus 1. And what about rarity less than rare? This is essentially Hero's Downfall. Fell we talked about. Claim the Precious. Um, because I was looking at stuff that's in standard. Because the stuff that's in standard is more recent, generally. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not a. It's not a fair comparison. It's just what I was. What I restricted the search to. Heartless Act is also really good. Nah, you're good. Incidentally, one of my favorite removal spells of all time. I disagree with the assumption that black should not get enchantment removal. I am perfectly fine with black getting enchantment removal. Um, because realistically, only white and green got it, which was part of what made white and green feel very like too much overlap between the two of them. It's like you might as well be playing monocolored at that point. You know, oh, I'm playing white green. Oh, okay, so you're playing monocolored. What? Yeah, you're playing monocolored Celestia. Because there's some difference between the two of them, but there's not a lot. And any other major category you can think of, there's more like apart from things where it's like one color gets like a stranglehold on it, like counter spells. There's more than one color that gets the ability, or there's more than two colors, I should say, that get the ability. Um, like killing creatures outright. Um, black gets it. White gets it. Blue is now starting to get in on it. And when I say kill, I don't care if it's not that much different. Basically, you take away the ramp, and it's basically the same as green, or it's basically the same as white. The only thing green really has going for it. Okay. Um, A, white's been getting a lot of card draw lately. B, green's not the only color that gets card draw. I've seen I've seen what's essentially a 3 mana draw 4. Or you get stuff like Esper Sentinel, which how many cards can an Esper Sentinel draw? And that's a 1-drop. The big thing about green card draw, though, is it's almost always attached to creatures in one way or another. Like either as like a come into play ability, or uh, sacrifice a creature, or just draw cards equal to a creature's power or toughness. Creatures almost always involved somehow. I'm not saying I think you're wrong, but I mean also coming from some Livestream Blessing. Where X is greatest power among creatures you controlled as you cast a spell. Yeah, so again, based on drawing cards. Or, sorry, based on the size of the creature. And this is also one of the rare ones that, because if you take a look at most card draw that does this sort of thing in green, most of it, it's like, how big is it when it goes to resolve? Like, what's your biggest creature when it goes to resolve? Is it Life's Legacy? Oh. I mean, once it goes to resolve, yes, that is accurate. Um. Oh, what do you call it? What do you call it? What do you call it? Uh. Return of the Wild Speaker. Yeah, you're generally looking at this. Also, to be fair, you're also paying 6 mana for it. 5 if you flash it back. That being said, also it doesn't do anything if you have no creatures in play when you cast it. But that's a different problem. No, for an effect like that, I prefer Harmonize and stuff like that. Just plain Harmonize. It's not fancy. It's not. It's nothing insane. But it does draw. It does draw 3 cards, and it doesn't care. Um, it doesn't care if you like, because if you have no creatures in play, cool. Maybe I can draw into one now. Anywho, where did I leave off? Right. Force of Despair. Destroy all creatures that enter the battlefield. Yeah. Incidentally, you want to play Force of Despair. Or, sorry, you want to play, oh, what was it called? Yeah, you want to play Lightstream Blasting. Be prepared for somebody to have, I don't know, Shieldred or, uh, Orcish Bowmasters. Cool, you cast a big draw spell. Take 12. Mm. Hopefully that doesn't kill you much. Yeah. Like I was saying though, Gloomlance would not play unless I'm playing a discard based strategy. Would not play. Crowd of Cinders, much more playable. Parent toughness each equal the number of black permanents you control. I love the fact that they're looking at permanents. Um, I think Chroma had recently come out. I think Chroma might have been from Lorwyn itself. Date less than Shadowmoor O colon chroma. Arg. Really? When did chroma come out? Eventide. It's the next set. Alright. That would explain why Credit Cinders is looking, it is being worded like this. But yeah, this is going to be similar to having parent toughness equal to your devotion. This is going to be, I want to buy a heuristic study for my, I think if you can buy, I think if you can find a sensible, logical reason for it to go in. Okay, well, first of all, depends how competitive you're trying to build your decks. Uh, Second of all, if you know, even if you're trying not to be, hardcore competitive, if you can find a sensible, viable, you just want a good bracket 3 deck. Does it actually legitimately suit your deck? Because if you're just looking at for drawing cards, you can replace that with any good card draw spell. I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying if you're worried about, is this too good or whatever, you can there's so many things you can replace it with. Even something that draws you like, you know, something that draws you a card every other turn, like not every other turn, but it needs a card draw engine, have to, but don't have that bad card draw. When it enters, draw 2 cards at the beginning of each other's. Oh, okay. So this is Howling Mine, but A, you draw 2 more cards when it comes into play, and B, you're going to draw 2 additional cards, whereas everybody else is only drawing 1. Are you looking for Lord of the Nazgul? Lord of the Nazgul. Oh. So card quality would be fine. You don't necessarily have to have more cards in hand. You just want to be able to find the cards that you need more often. you were playing black-blue. Oh! Heightened Awareness is interesting. As it enters, discard your hand, which is not a thing most people want to deal with. But, at the beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card. It's literally a one-sided Howling Mine. You just pitch your hand when it comes into play. That's interesting. Never really clicked to see. Never really clicked on that one. Monastery Siege. Beginning of your draw step, you loot. But I really need much card all the time. So you don't need to play 5 spells in a turn. Also, you've got access to cards like Xenograph, Conspiracy, and the Maskwood Nexus and stuff like that, where you can give everything all creature types, or relevantly, you name Wraith and say, hey, cool, all creatures I play are now Wraiths. Yeah, you also get access to Xenograph, which has got a similar effect. Each creature you control is the chosen type in addition to its other types. Although I would be looking more at Maskwood Nexus. I know I tend to mention Maskwood Nexus a lot, but here it makes more sense than other decks. Because this makes all your creatures in all zones, all creature types, which in this case includes Wraith, and it pumps out tokens that have Changeling, which also means they're Wraiths. Okay. Yeah, something like that. Something like that I would really want in the deck. And then, like I said, you don't need to cast a bunch of spells in the same turn. You can, but I think it's less necessary than, like, unless you're trying to combo kill somebody. Unless you're trying to combo kill somebody, I don't think it's needed. All you have to do is get yourself to the point where you've got 9 bodies. Also, you get to run, well, Nazgul itself. How much are you guys now? Okay, so you can pick them up for about 11 or 12 bucks each. Checklist by USD. Yeah, so the regular versions are like 11 or 12 bucks each. I think you get more than you expect. Because if you take a look at my mono blue ramp list, you can actually get a decent amount of ramp going on. And then black has got... I don't know how anyone plays versus Apprentice. It super helps. I don't know how anyone plays Wizard It super helps to cast things in blue. I Oh, you mean Apprentice Wizard? Where Apprentice Wizard works best is when you need more colorless mana. I almost don't see play that. Yeah, it's it is not easy to find a good home for it. Um, there are decks where it does work, but generally speaking, this is the sort of thing where it's like you want access to a lot of mana, and the color is much less relevant. Think about it a little bit like a colorless dark ritual, but every turn. So I guess kind of like Mana Vault in that respect, that you don't have to worry about um you know paying, what was it, 4 mana, no, Mana Vault? Yeah, I think Mana Vault is 4 to untap. Yeah. Um but yeah, if you can take a look over that list and just pull cards that you think would be useful for some kind of ramping. Uh, Black. My favorite cards. Let me think here. Sort by actual color. So my favorite ways for getting mana. Oh wow. Okay, fine. Minus O. There we go. Blood Celebrant, I don't mind for filtering. Uh, Bog Witch is actually not bad if you've got a decent amount of lands going on. Um, where are you here? Scourge Familiar is fun. Vesper Ghoul is something that people completely forget exists. Yes, it's a lot to cast, but it is a very rare card that actually lets you go. Like, this is basically mana confluence on a one, on a creature. There's that, and there's, what was the other one? Sort by release date. I remember the other one I'm thinking of is kind of old. Oh, I think I know the one I'm thinking of. Um, no, the other one I'm thinking of is technically black green, I think. Yeah, but then you get cards like Priest of Yawgmoth and variants thereof. Some of them say sack an artifact, some of them say sack a creature. So Daviadnate is probably the original starting point for like the this is probably the earliest card that I would suggest for the sort of for the sort of effect I'm looking for. Because sack a black creature or an artifact creature, and you get that much black mana. Again, Soul Warden Trader. Soul Warden Trader. Warren Soul Trader. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Sometimes I get like way too much Nazguls. Is there such thing? Is there really such thing? That being said, I'm always amused by cards like Aclazotz. Um, I see that, and I see a land that's got a mana cost, so I can accelerate that way too. It's slower because it's a 5 drop, but Legion's Landing is where I would have started for that. My steak is too juicy and my lobster too buttery. Mm. Princess Yue would be. Oh, yeah. Hiderman. I always liked Hiderman. Like, I knew nothing about the character itself, but I saw the card when it got spoiled. I'm like, I want that as because this is he's 2 mana to get a land. Or yeah, he's a 2 mana land. Uh, only to cast. Nardole, I could actually see an argument for. Add blue for every counter on him. Spend only to cast non-creature spells. That's a lot more flexible than that's a lot more flexible than a lot of these kind of effects, because usually they're like spend only on artifact stuff, or if you're lucky, spend only on instant or sorcery. Nardole being able to just you throw a counter on it somehow. And yeah. Add or subtract a number from. Oh, Jesus Christ, Superstar. Okay, not legal. Don't have to worry about it. Volcano Keep Researcher is not actually terrible. Add color, so tap for 3 colorless. Cannot be spent to cast spells from your hand. So you can activate abilities. So this will help you cast your commander as well, because you're not casting your commander from hand. You're casting from the command zone. Then there's Urza. We all know about Urza. Tap an untapped artifact you control, add blue. If that is the worst he is, that's still fine. Deranged Assistant, I think I have in that deck. Sea Scryer. Oh my god, I love Sea Scryer. Tap for colors or tap one and tap it for blue. This is like blue's attempt at building Llanowar Elves. It's not great, but I think it's still fine. Benthic Explorers, I know I did have in the deck at one point. End up eventually cutting it because it was it's 4 mana for 2/4 that taps for mana, so it's like too slow. And then I don't think you want Riven Turnbull or Princess Lucretia, because it's like 6 and 7 mana, 5 powers that say, hey, by the way, I tap for mana. But yeah, I would. We need that 5 mana tap for 1. Yep. Yeah, but in a deck, like I said, in a deck like that, I wouldn't be upset with. For example, Vesper Ghoul. You just got to keep an eye on your life total, but realistically, like if you play, for example, with the Pain Lands, you know, you tap it for. So in this case, you'd be looking at Underground River. You tap it for colored mana for the first, like, say 3 or 4 turns, and then after that, you're just tapping it for colorless mana after that. Vesper Ghoul, sure, you might need to tap it for mana what, 4 or 5 times. And then after that, you're probably not tapping it for mana. It's just going to sit there as a 1/1. Because unless you, yeah, I can't see needing to tap it more than a few times in a typical game. Crowded Cinders. Oh yeah, that's the other thing about Crowded Cinders. It has fear, which doesn't exist anymore. Is fear got taken over by intimidate, which got taken over by menace, basically. Fear not as good in Commander as in other formats because A, so many people play black. B, so many people are playing with artifact creatures. Like, chances are it's going to be getting blocked. That being said, again, equal parent toughness equal the number of black permanents you control. You throw this in like a zombie deck, for example, and this thing is just huge. Or like zombies, thralls, anything where you can generate a bunch of. Pardon me, anything where you can generate a bunch of tokens easily enough. Smolder Initiate. Whenever a player casts a black spell, you may pay 1. If you do, target player loses 1 life. Um, Real simple, real easy here. uh, Again, a lot of people play black because it's really strong. You know, black and green are good enough that you can play them on their own. Cool. So like half the time that somebody casts something, you're like, cool, I pay 1. Yeah, you take a point. I'll pay 1. Yeah, you could take a point. It can only do 1 per, like you can only pay the mana once per spell. And it's only when spells cast. Not, copying spells don't count. It's still really good if you're trying to burn people out eventually. One of those nice little bleed them over time cards. Hollow Sage. Whenever this creature becomes untapped, you may have target player discard a card. Again, kind of meh. You're basically looking at the beginning of your upkeep, target player discards a card. Because you will find a way to tap this somehow. You'll find a way to tap this somehow, like uh Springleaf Drum or something of that nature. Again, if you're building a deck based on, discard, if you're building a deck based on Waste Not, etc., then sure. But yeah, I think it's thoroughly meh. Hollowborn Barghest. 7 mana for a 7/6 that basically says at the beginning of each player's upkeep, if that player has no cards in hand. Oh, wait a sec. I just completely misread this. Yes, but that's Cover in Darkness is a reprint from like ancient times, from like Onslaught, I think. It's they haven't Cover of Darkness? Yeah, Cover of Darkness, originally printed in Onslaught. only got reprinted in Assassin's Creed because it made sense flavor wise. But the last time it got printed in a normal set was Onslaught back in 2002. And I just completely misread the Hollowborn Barghest. It is only going to ever burninate opponents. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you have no cards in hand, each opponent loses 2 life. And at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if they have no cards in hand, they lose 2 life. If you're playing a discard strategy of any sort, and that could include emptying your own hand, this is this is one of your payoffs for it. I mean, it's still a 7 mana 7/6, which is fine. If you're playing Dog Tribal and you're playing black, this might be your top end. Disturbing Plot. What I said earlier about started with an M, about mine excavation applies here to the Disturbing Plot as well. Except whereas mine excavation got back an artifact or enchantment, which is 2 card types, this is only creature cards, but that's a big chunk of the cards people play. 17,540. $7,276. So, more than twice as many creatures as there are artifacts or enchantments. Also, again, return target creature card from a graveyard to its owner's hand. So, yeah, I need to make a note of this card. Where are you here? This one. Disturbing Plot. Shadowmoor. And it's a card I probably have somewhere and completely overlooked it because I really wasn't looking for raised dead effects. But now I remembered, oh yeah, there's one deck that I'm running that wants raised deads. Torture. I think we covered this during Homelands. Putting -1 counters on enchanted creature. This makes more sense in the context of something like Shadowmoor and the cards that we were looking at earlier that, hey, by the way, whenever you do something with -1/-1 counters or whatever, goes here. Yeah. In that kind of context, Torture works well. Most of the time, this is just a very, very slow bleed. And it's like, the thing is, you're paying 3 mana in total to put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. Or on enchanted creature. Or you could just simply play Murder or Hero's Downfall or something. Except there's one place where Torture is better. Torture, being an aura, if it somehow enters the battlefield without being cast, anything it could legally enchant it can be attached to. This includes cards that have Shroud, Hexproof, similar abilities. Protection won't help because it can't legally enchant something that's got protection from black. Or protection from everything, etc. But nothing stops a creature that has Shroud from being enchanted, apart from the fact that you can't target it in the first place. Let's see if this does. Face the reward. Return to the battlefield all permanent cards in your graveyard that were put there from the battlefield this turn. If the aura is already in play. Actually, I got a better example. Replenish. Return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. If Torture is in your graveyard and you cast Replenish and bring it back into play, you choose what it can enchant. The only time you target when it comes to auras, as part of them wanting to come into play in the first place, is when you cast an aura. If you cast Torture, you have to choose the target that it's going to enchant as part of casting it. Which means you can counter it by having it have no legal target when it wants to resolve. Replenish is bringing it into play. Just going, hey, by the way, you're in the graveyard, come into play. You do not target it that way. So it just comes into play and attaches to a thing, and you can legally attach something, an aura to something that's got Shroud, etc. So that is the one place where Torture would be better than Murder, because bring it into play without casting it doesn't target. Which means you can get it attached to a creature that's got Shroud or Hexproof or a similar ability, not care, and start shrinking your opponent's creature and killing it that way. Sickle Ripper. Welcome to Wither. Combat damage, damage, not combat damage, damage dealt to creatures is dealt in terms of -1/-1 counters. Kind of like how Lifelink or Death Touch don't care about what kind of damage it is. It's all forms of damage. Wither, same thing. This is damage being dealt by this to a creature. That damage is dealt in terms of -1/-1 counters. Yeah, again, if you're playing with -1/-1 counters, it's you play this because it is a cheap creature that deals with -1/-1 counters. I would rather have something that's a larger size, if possible. Midnight Banshee, great example. 6 mana for 5/5 with Wither with other stuff. I don't care about the other stuff right now, because it'll kill a lot more. Cinderbones. No relation to Tony Bones. 3 mana for 1/1 with 2 to regenerate. This is trying to be the set's version of Dredge Skeletons. 2 mana for 1/1, black to regenerate. 3 mana for 1/1, black plus 1 to regenerate. Even has a skeleton type. You're paying an extra mana on each for Cinderbones. But again, it has Wither, which is a huge deal here. Because it's not just damage, it's -1/-1 counters. Seems a bit slow for what I'd be looking for. I'd probably be having to regenerate at the turn it came into play because it's like, oh, 3-drop. Oh, you kill creatures easy. Kill it. So, yeah. Fairy Macabre sees so much play in Pauper in sideboards because it's you pitch this from your hand to exile stuff from graveyards. So when people are trying to reanimate stuff. That being said, it's a 3 mana 2/2 flyer, which in and of itself is not terrible, especially when you're looking at black. Its utility, though, comes from the fact that its activation just requires it to be in your hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players would call this a hand trap, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure this would count as a hand trap. Okay, I'll play their Monster Reborn or whatever to reanimate, and you go, in response, vanish. Yeah. Um, really good if you're trying to stop people from reanimating stuff. Not as good when people are playing with cards that have got flashback, jumpstart, or similar effect, unless you can get them to, or I should say, similar mechanic, unless you can get them to do something else, and then in response, exile their faithless looting, let's say. Because unless what they're trying to, unless it's like think twice or whatever, that's an instant. Nah, they've lost their chance to be able to act it, to be able to cast it from the graveyard, and now you can exile it. Um, I would be okay just simply playing this as a 2/2 flyer personally, most of the time. Especially if I'm playing, if I'm in black and I'm playing fairies or rogues. Hilariously, how expensive it is for being a common. I will be right back after this commercial break, though. Well, no actual commercials, but BRB. red cards. So, Slinking Giant. 4 mana, 4/4 with Wither. Whenever it blocks or becomes blocked, it gets -3, -0 till end of turn. Which means if it does tangle with another creature, it's only a 1/4 with Wither. Now, whether you like it or not, I think that's still reasonable because, again, it has Wither. That's, counters that are going to stay on the creature. Which means they're going to stick around. That being said, if you've got a 4 mana 4/4 creature, you can either look at this as a 4 mana 4/4 and try and find a way to make sure it's unblockable, and then you just have a 4 mana 4/4. Or it's a 4 mana 1/4 with Wither. And I don't think there's a wrong way to. I don't think there's really a wrong answer here. I think it's fine regardless. I think realistically, I would expect this to be a 4 mana 1/4 with Wither. Because I'm going to assume that it's going to get blocked a fair bit. Or it's going to be on blocking duty a fair bit. And as a result, whatever it ends up tangling with is going to get counters on it. There is a third option, and that's to look at as a 4 mana 4/4 with Wither. And you're sitting there going, wait, what? How does that work? And that's to ignore the fact that it can attack and block. If you have an effect that lets it deal damage equal to its power to another target, deals damage equal to sort by mana value. So, Fiend Lash. No, not what you're looking for. When it enters the battlefield attached to the target creature you control, deals damage equal to its power to up to one target creature you don't control. Hunter's Bow works really well for something like that. Sure Strike Trident. Unattach the Trident to have deal damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. Meh. Lothlorien Blade, when it attacks, damage equal to its power to target creature defending player controls. Lothlorien Blade is actually very much the sort of thing I'd be looking for here. Mage Slayer, whenever a quick creature attacks, deal damage equal to its power to the player or planeswalker it's attacking. Pain for All, whenever it's... Oh yeah, when the sword enters, enchant creature deals damage equal to its power to any other target. Predatory Urge. Basically, two creatures fight, but they're consecutive. They're not. The damage isn't dealt at the same time. One deals damage and then the other deals damage. Sunstriker's, well, deals damage equal to its power equal to target attacking or blocking creature. Yeah, Burning Anger. There's not much that does what Burning Anger does. There's always, like, to get this ability, there's either additional restrictions or there's extra hoops or something, and Burning Anger just goes thunk. And really, that's what you're... If I'm not using, like, if it's not Burning Anger, I'd probably be looking at Lothlorien Blade. But yeah, again, you can look at this as a, you can look at this three different ways. A 1/4 with Wither, a 4/4, or a 4/4 with Wither, depending on how you plan on using it. You have options. No Spine Invocation. I really like this card. Finding interesting, like, you can find discard outlets in any color, including red. Try finding a discard outlet that does something that's actually relevant to what your deck is trying to do. Null Spine Invocation is actually kind of silly. You discard, let's say you discard Fiery Temper. Turn 3, you cast Null Spine Invocation. Pardon me. Turn 4, you play a land. You discard Fiery Temper. You're going to deal 3 damage to one target just because you discarded. But you cast Fiery Temper, which is a spell that's got Madness for a red that also deals 3 damage to any target. So for 4 mana, you get to deal 3 damage to any target twice, i.e., you can send 3 here and 3 here, or you can send 6 here, or whatever. I think this largely depends on why you're trying to discard. You want to discard spells. You want to discard stuff that's a reasonable size, but not too much. Because the thing is, if you discard, like, let's say you've got a 7 mana creature in your hand. You could cast the 7 mana creature, or you could discard it to Null Spine Invocation to deal 7 damage. So what are you discarding and why? And I'm not saying it is wrong to discard a 7 mana creature to the Null Spine. Because the other thing to look at, Null Spine basically says, what's the mana value of what you're casting? That's how much mana you have to pay. And it doesn't care about the color scheme. So in theory, you could pay 10 red mana, or 10 blue mana, or 10 colorless mana, discard Progenitus, fire off 10 damage somewhere. Progenitus requires 2 mana of each of the 5 colors to cast it. Null Spine Invocation still gives you a way to deal that 10 damage. Also, you can throw the damage at something like Stuffy Doll. As it enters, choose a player. I need to deal 10 damage to my opponent. But my opponent has Shroud or Hexproof or what have you. Cool. I'll discard Progenitus. I'll send the damage to Stuffy Doll, which doesn't target. It says choose. It doesn't say target. Bam. Here, take 10. So there are ways to make it work. It's not easy, but there are ways to make it work. Uh, Again, why are you discarding cards? And I'm not saying you don't have a reason. I'm saying what cards are you discarding? Why are you discarding them? What is the point that you're like? Are you trying to get them into your graveyard so you can reanimate them because their mana cost is difficult for your deck? Not the, not their mana value, but their actual cost. Are you pitching a card that costs, 5 green to cast? Have you got a Gigantosaurus in your hand that you want to get into play somehow? But it's like, it's 5 green. How am I going to do this? Your land situation is not cooperating with you. That's how. Speaking of 3 damage to 2 separate targets, Burn Trail. Again, it looks overcosted. If you just cast it as is, it's overcosted. 4 mana sorcery, 3 damage to any target. But Conspire. 4 damage, 3 to any target. Tap 2 creatures when you, as part of the cost of casting it. And get an extra copy. 3 here and 3 here. Or 3 here. Or whatever. Okay. Again, not unreasonable. Not a thing I would generally not a thing I would generally bother with. Because if I'm paying 4 mana for Burn Trail, and I'm looking at it as creature removal, why am I not just playing, why am I not just running Aftershock instead? Pirate Charger. Oh, I like this guy. This is basically, again, they like giving us Fireball as a creature. What do I mean by Fireball as a creature? Here is a creature with power and toughness that has haste, that has fire breathing. You'd have to spend strictly red mana on this card. However, this is 1 red mana more than what Fireball, or maybe in this case I should say Blaze, would be. Can attack the turn it comes into play. Sticks around turn after turn, assuming it survives the onslaught. Swing. Oh, you're not blocking? Take 6. Yeah. I've always liked cards like this, where you can just turn around and go, hey, by the way, I'll Fireball you for, 12 or whatever. I never think. Here's the thing. Just because I like a card doesn't mean I think it's good. which also doesn't necessarily mean I think it's bad. Just means I like the card. But Pirate Charger, the ones. So, probably the first thing in its favor is it's actually 2 red pips. So, if you've got anything that cares about devotion to red, this actually puts a dent there. If you're casting it for 2, if you wait a turn, you're swinging for at least 3. 1 now, 3 next turn. It's a 2 mana, 1 power creature, which means it's really easy to turn around and make it unblockable. I think this wants to go into a devotion deck. And this wants to be a payoff for playing devotion. That's not a bad starting point. Just find a way to make it unblockable, like not Rogue's Passage, Escape Tunnel. That works. Inescapable Brute. 6 mana, 3/3 with Wither. Must be blocked if able. If you think you made it past him alive, he's just teasing you. Six mana for a 3/3 with Wither that must be blocked. You know what? I think this feels about right. It's the annoying thing is it's small for its mana value, but again, 3 power with Wither does a lot. Three power with Wither does a lot. That will kill a lot of that'll kill a lot of things, and that'll make a lot of things that are harder to kill much more easily in kill range. Like this in combination with something like, I don't know, Burn Trail. And the Burn Trail can be on a later turn. Can take out up to a 6/6 or a 9/9 if you have to Conspire it. I think in a giant tribal deck, I'm okay with it. I think outside giants, I'd probably end up passing on it. Poker Arsonist. There's this, and then there's a... Actually, the other one's black, isn't it? Am I wrong? I don't see the other one. Spoker Arsonist. Oh! No! Bogart Loggers from Lorwyn. Black plus 2, 2/1 Forest Walk. Black plus 2, sack it. Destroy target tree, folk, or forest. Bogart Arsonist. Red plus 2 for 2/1 with Planeswalk. Red plus 2, sack it, destroy target scarecrow or plains. I wonder why they went from tree folk to scarecrow. Like, there's got to be a reason. There's got to be an action. I mean, maybe they're just looking for something that made something vaguely resembling sense. Planes. Well, he never came back. Okay, close that. The loggers I'd be more interested in because green is a much bigger color. White is one of those colors that I think largely sees some play as opposed to sees a lot of play. I.e., for compare, like, again, black and green see a lot of play. White sees some. I think white's biggest draw is the fact that it has exile based removal for creatures, and it has disenchant effects. And it has a bunch of stuff that's like non-land permanent. It has flicker, and I think that is the bulk of its general perception, i.e., what people take a look at the color and they see its actual utility. Like, you could say graveyard removal, but that's heavily, the generally better cards for graveyard removal are generally in green or black. White's is good and solid, but black and green have got better. People don't think about it in terms of reanimation, even though it's quite viable. Yeah. And as for target scarecrow, like, here's the thing: 3 mana for a 2/1 with planeswalk. Again, when people aren't playing that much white compared to the other colors, Destroy target scarecrow, realistically, destroy target changeling. Or plains. Compared to black or green, which have lands that can, which have ways to turn other stuff into the relevant land type. Plains doesn't have that yet. I can see white getting something eventually. Yeah. Again, I think it's fairly low on the list. I would put this lower on the list than some of these other ones. Kragenwood Cremator. 4 mana for 5/4. When it enters, discard a card at random. Keep in mind, this isn't like back in the day, we had... This is just Horde. We have Balduvian Horde, which we thought this is the second coming of Jazam Jin. It's the same size, it's the same, the same cost except in a different color. And instead of getting burned every turn, we just discard a card at random when it enters. No big deal. This is long before people even knew what flickering was. Flickering was not a thing. Although, hilariously, you could, in mono blue, it was slow, but you could do a flicker effect. With Icy Prison and Time Elemental. At least I think Time Elemental worked. Return target permanent that isn't enchanted to its... Yeah. So you could do it. It was slow, but you could do it. But we saw this, and it's like, well, this is great. This is amazing. This is going to be, And, by the way, it's downshifted to common these days. And now we get this. A slight reduction in toughness. Same enter the battlefield ability. If you discard a creature card this way, this creature deals damage equal to that card's power to target player or planeswalker. There's a chance you burninate somebody's face off that way. I think for a deck like that, you really need to make sure you've got a lot of creatures in your deck. Like something to the effect of this. I cannot believe how laggy my internet's been tonight. I'm gonna have to talk to my ISP about this because my internet's just been. I will come back to that. But yeah, unless you've got like a heavy creature count, thank you. I don't know why it says untitled, but details. Okay. Details. There are 55 creatures in this deck. I'm presuming that includes my general. Yeah, there are 55 creatures in this deck. Yeah, including my... I don't know my... Yeah, I guess my general does count because she's a creature dash god on the front side. Okay. But yeah, 55 creatures. I think that's the kind of deck where the Cremator is feasible. I'm still not sure I would say it's good. Because getting a 5/4 for 4 at rare. Uh, maybe. Embergale. Again, not really a not really a card. Like the big thing that you want this for is creatures target player controls can't block this turn. You have to target the player. And they, yeah, 4 mana. Your stuff can't block this turn. You might be lucky to to get some pinging going on. Because again, white or blue, relatively low on list. Blue's gonna make white's gonna make a lot of tokens. Blue's creatures, I can't imagine are gonna be small enough that that's gonna be relevant. Bloodshed Fever. 1 red. Enchant creature attacks each combat of Fable. I can see this being thrown into a deck just to annoy people. Like, cool. Your, you know, your 5/2 has to attack next turn. What? Your 5/2 has to attack next turn. Or more relevantly, uh, this creature that's got a penalty that, if it attacks or something, you know, or this creature that you're holding back as a, Windborn Muse. Yeah, Windborn Muse is one of those creatures you don't want to attack with. You want to just keep it there as a possible blocker and more for the pillow forting. It's like, no, you have to attack with it so somebody can block it. Oh crap. Yeah. Mudbrella cohort is basically going to be a two. If you have another red creature, which is really easy, especially since it's a goblin warrior, you're probably playing goblins. It's going to be a 2/2 with a 2/2 haste for 2. And I just considering for 1 mana you can get a 1/2 with a 1/2 goblin with haste and more. And it's not hard to create a 1 mana a 1 mana 2/2 with haste. At least in a 60 card format, but should be relatively easy to pull it off even in Commander. In fact, 2/2s with haste already exist at 1 mana. Eh? I think you play this just because, 2 power for 2 mana with Goblin synergies. There's probably better. Deep Slumber Titan. So, 4 mana for 7/7 that enters tapped, doesn't untap normally, but whenever it's dealt damage, untap it. So, um, First thing I see is wanting to throw something that gives it an untap ability. Or untap it by some other means. It's a 4-mana 7/7. So Pandemonium in play. You pay 4 mana and go, hey, by the way, take 7. Enters tap, doesn't untap normally, shrug. Also, if you can sacrifice this to something like Greater Good, you know, you're paying 4 mana, drawing 7 cards and discarding 3. Like, the fact that if all you look at is it's a 4 mana 7/7 and work with that. So there's that. Then there's the, you know, doesn't untap normally whenever it's dealt damage, untap it. You can combine that with cards like, I think it's called is it Pyrohemia? Yeah, I think it's Pyrohemia I'm thinking of. Yeah, Pyrohemia, which is basically the mono red version of Pestilence. So you combine it with that to get it to untap a lot. So, if you do that and combine it with, what was it called? Burning Anger, I think it's called. The 5-mana enchantment that, you know, hey, tap to deal its power and damage to any target. Basically, for every red you pay, tap 7 damage to any target. Up until a certain point, of course. Yeah, I can find a use for that. Intimidator Initiate. This is like the, I forgot what the black one was called. The smaller Initiate. Intimidator Initiate is target creature can't block this turn. The blue one mills one. The white one we covered earlier gains life. I don't think this is worth it. You want an effect like that. You want it to be, you know, creatures your opponent controls can't block or something. Pardon me. Green. Crabapple Cohort. Back in the day would have been pretty decent. 5 mana for 4/4 +1 as long as you control another green creature. You're going to have another green creature by the time this comes out. It's going to be like a Llanowar Rouse or a Swordwise Centaur or something. You're going to have something out. So this is going to be a 5 mana 5/5. Sadly, no abilities on this one. Compare the where was it? Red got haste. Black got fear. Blue got flying. White got vigilance. No, sorry, white got first strike. Unless there's more than one. No. Common. Common. Common, 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 common. 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 Yeah, they're all commons. Why does this not get an ability? Wait, black didn't get an ability either, did it? No, black didn't get another ability. Wow, black is worse. It's a mana more and a toughness less. But yeah, it's just thoroughly meh. It doesn't do anything. It's a 5 mana 5/5. Nowadays, you're playing green. You can do so much better. Like you should get at least trample or something by now, and a straight up 5/5. Wild Slayer Elves, 4 mana 3/3 with Wither. Seems about right. And should fit into, like, if you're playing elves. Again, a card to consider, especially if you've got anything along the lines of Viridian Longbow, well, let's say, which I've been trying to hold back on mentioning. Um, but Viridian Longbow just would fit this. Ping, here, have a -1/-1 counter. Ping, have a -1 counter. Ping, have a -1 counter. Oh, are you dead now? Shrug. Hungry Spriggan? Again, meh. 3 mana for 1/1 with trample that attacks as a 4/4. You're basically looking at something that's a what? 5, so half of a 5/5. So basically a 2/3. You're looking at a 3/2 trample for 3 mana on average. Again, eh? Now a 3/2, like I would normally say, okay, a 3/2 trample for 3 mana on average is decent. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, no, that's right. Tax is a 4/4. 1/1 the rest of the time. 5/5. Half of that is 2/3 or 3/2. I would normally say that would be fine, but we live in a world where Jewel Thief exists now. And I cannot stress this enough. 3 mana for a 3/3 with trample and vigilance, and when it enters, you make a treasure. Compare Hungry Spriggan. Where I think Hungry Spriggan works best rather, again, is something where you can get the triggered ability multiple times. Something where you get, I don't know, um, like where you can duplicate the attack trigger. Or you get multiple combat steps or something. and so it continuously grows and grows and grows. You know, so if you can get the trigger a second time somehow, now it's attacking as a 7/7. Can you do that consistently? If you can, great. Um, Lithoform engine. Copy target activator, triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Triggered ability. Pay 2 and tap. Copy it. Cool. I pay 3 mana for the creature. It attacks. I copy the ability. It's now attacking as a 7/7. Okay. It's still only a 1/1 the rest of the time. But now that averages out to like a 4/4 trample, which I think is a lot more reasonable. Nurturer Initiate. Whenever a player casts a green spell, you may pay 1, give target creature +1 till end of turn. Again, with the amount that green gets played, yeah. Uh, do you have enough creatures to play? Then, especially if you're playing elves, at least look into it. But yeah, between these four, the Initiate, relatively easy to find a home for. The Spriggan, meh. Do some kind of shenanigans with its attack trigger. The Wild Slayer elves, I have no problem with. The Crabapple, like, at least switch these two. At least switch the Wild Slayer and the Spriggan. Total Renown. 2 mana sorcerer. You gain 1 life for each tapped artifact, creature, and land you control. So, this is going to gain, let's say, 6 life in one shot. This is not, this gains me 1 life, this gains me 1 life, this gains me 1 life. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I got 10 of them. I gain a life for each. I gain 10 life in one shot. It's not I gain 1 life 10 times. I gain 10 life once. So, again, what kind of deck are you building? You're building a deck that cares about gaining life. Do you care about, if you're gaining 10 life, do you want 10 instances of gain 1 life or 1 instance of gain 10? This falls into 1 instance of gain 10. That's where you put a card like this. And you can end up having your stuff tapped voluntarily fairly easily. Glare of Subdual comes to mind for tapping down your creatures. Tapping lands to cast stuff is easy. Tapping artifacts might be a little more difficult, but it's not unreasonable. Tapping artifacts to produce mana, for example, not difficult. Gloom Widow. This is a 3/3 for 3 with reach that can only block flyers. This is trying very hard to be a 3/3 flyer. But green, historically, didn't really get flyers. So you got Gloom Widow. Hilariously, they would again they'd reprint it again later in Allison Restored, and then again in Shadows over Innistrad. But yeah, uh, 3 mana, 3/3 with reach. That can only block. It doesn't want anything to do with ground creatures. But that does also mean it's a reasonable attack. Like it's a 3/3 attacker. It's a spooter. Okay, yeah. Your play Spider Tribal. Play Spider Tribal and look for some interesting stuff. Gloomwidow's Feast. Speaking of which, 4 mana instant, destroy target creature with flying. If it was blue or black, you get a 1/1 spider with reach. So destroy target flyer is already, is already not, is already reasonable. Giving a creature flying, like giving an opponent's creature flying, is always hilarious. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you giving my creature flying? I can kill it now. Oh crap. And in fact, if you go to my mono green burn deck, I've got a couple cards that for that sort of thing. Where is it? Tearing Viewpoint, for example. 2 mana, 0/4 with Defender and Reach. 3: target creature gains flying till end of turn. Cool. Pay 3 mana. You now have flying. Why? Pay 4. I can kill it now. And if it was blue or black, you get a 1/1. You get a mini spider. Again, combo this with combo cards like this with cards like Tearing Viewpoint, or the other one I have in here is what I like to call the Skeet Shooter. Those of you that know what skeet shooting is, this clay, they call it a pigeon, gets tossed up in the air via some device that's known for launching these things. Pull! Goes flying through the air. It's basically what skeet shooting is. Well, the first ability is launching the thing up in the air. The second ability lets you shoot it out of the air. Yeah. Now, you don't have to use this ability for it. I like having this in a deck so I can combine it with things like, Gloom Widow's Feast. Doesn't mean I won't. Every so often I still get the ability to use the other option. I think it's an okay card. It's hard to find destroy target creature in green. You've got fight. You've got the very occasional other card. If you go to my list of, if you go to my green control deck here, excuse you? Thank you. Beast Within, Desert Twister. Kenner's transformation turns it into an elk. Colony Ambush is a fight spell. Novenos Disc finally eventually got changed over to uh, Azuri's Predation. Rain of Thorns Reclaiming Vines would only hit it if it happens to be an artifact, enchantment, or land. And then Tornado. So to actually kill a creature outright, 1, 2, 2.5. I've got 3 cards that will kill it outright. The Veneral's Disc, and Kenner's Transformation. I've got a couple of other options as well, but realistically, yeah, it's hard to get destroy target creature in green. So combining it with, hey, get this thing flying, and now shoot it out of the sky. There. Roughshod Mentor. 6 mana for 5/4 green creatures you control have trample. I would normally say, like, I would commonly say that this feels overcosted. However, this isn't 6 mana for 5/4 with trample, although it is that as well. This is a 6 mana for 5/4 that gives all your green creatures trample. If you're looking for a card along lines of Aggressive Mammoth, which is a 6 mana, 8/8 trample that gives all your creatures trample. Problem is, like, the M19 only came in a side product. Oh my gods. Are you telling me in all 3 cases it only shows up in a side product? Alright, you know what? Jump to, yeah. Beginner box. It's only available in the beginner box. Only frickin' available in the beginner box. Like, why do you have to make... Yeah, Hinterland Sanctifier. Also, only available in the beginner box. Only available in the deck that came with the set. Only available in the deck that came with the set. Why? But anyway, if you're looking for a card like, if you're looking for a card like Aggressive Mammoth, and you're basically playing mono green anyway, run this. If you're not playing mono green and you need to be able to hit everything. Aggressive Mammoth is, it's an inexpensive card, but it's hard to pin down because of the products it's in. I might actually recommend looking into. I might actually recommend looking at something like Chroma's Memorial, and even though I hate bringing this up all the time, in this case it makes more sense because it does give, it's easier to like, it's a lot more expensive, but it's easier to find. You've also got access to Brawn, which, as long as you control force and Brawn is in your graveyard, your creatures have trample. That's an option. Giving your stuff trample isn't hard per se. It's just finding something that's reasonable that does it. But if you're playing mono green and you don't care about creature types, the Mentor's fine. Or if you're doing something weird like, mono green giants or mono green warriors or something. Terror from Above, our first twobrid card. So, if you look at the cost of the card, you've got 3 mana symbols, all of which are identical. And they're all like a circle with a diagonal split through it, and one half is one side as one thing, and the other half is another. This is hybrid mana for those that are not familiar with it. And hybrid mana means that you can either pay with a mana that's, on either the top side or the bottom side, or left side and right side, however you want to look at it. Because one's basically top left, the other's basically bottom right. So as an example, nope. Oh. There we go. Had trying to remember one that was normal. So. Yeah, this is good enough. Batwing Broom. You've got the one over here on the left. We'll ignore that. That's not hybrid. The one to the right of that is hybrid. It's white on one side and black on the other. That means you can spend white mana or black mana to cast it in this slot. So you can pay this with one white and one of anything, or one black and one of anything. Fairly easy, fairly straightforward. It's halfway between being generic, like a generic cost, and a specific colored cost. Okay? Now let's look at Tower Above. These are colloquially referred to, and I don't know about officially, but colloquially they're referred to as twobrid. Because each of these symbols is 1 mana of an appropriate color, or there's a 2 up here. Well, that means you can either pay 1 green or 2 of anything, which could also be 2 green. That is not illegal to cast this. So you can pay anywhere from 3 to 6 mana to cast this, depending on what options you choose. Basically, for each of these symbols, you choose whether to pay it with green or the 2. And again, it's not 2 colorless mana to cast. You know, you don't have to use mana from Soul Ring specifically, for example, to cast it. It can be colored mana. You just have to declare how you're paying for it. And it's going to cost you anywhere between 3 to 6 mana. Because the minimum option is a green mana for each of the 3 symbols, and the maximum is 2 mana of some type for each of the 3 symbols. So that's twobrid. Alright, we're good now. So, this is a sorcery that will cost anywhere between triple green and 6. Which, technically, we're going to ignore the discussion about hybrid cards being played as... We're going to ignore the side discussion on how to handle hybrid cards in Commander going forward. We're going to ignore that discussion for now. We're just going to talk about how to actually play this card. We're going to ignore the color identity versus hybrid and all that. We're going to ignore it. That's going over here for now. You can play this in a deck, in theory, that's like mono red, and pay 6 red mana and cast it. Or you could assume that I've only got access to blue mana right now because I haven't pulled up any green sources. They're not coming up. So you cast this for 6 blue. It's a legal thing. So the assumption is, because the largest possibility is 2 mana per symbol, the assumption is this is a 6 mana card. It's kind of like if you look at cards that have got affinity that allow you to cast them for less. Cards like Mirror Enforcer have a way that lets you cast it for less, but it's still a 7 mana card. This is a 6 mana card that has a way to allow you to cast it for as little as 3. Sorcery. Until end of turn, target creature gets +4/+4, gains trample, wither, and whenever this creature attacks, target creature blocks it this turn of Fable. AKA, I got really buff. I'm going to run stuff over. Damage is dealt by me as though, in terms of -1/-1 counters. So you're shrinking and dying. Oh, and you have to block me. No, not you. You. No, you. Oh. So yeah. Yeah. If you're looking for single targeting pump spells, because and you're willing for it to be a sorcery, which probably means you have one creature that you really want to attack and get through with. This is what you're looking at. I could see it, for example, being thrown into an infect list. Just ignore the wither line and just look at the rest and go, hey, by the way. I will point out, it says target creature blocks at this turn of Fable. Doesn't say target creature an opponent controls or anything like that. You could target itself with its own ability. It would look weird. But maybe your opponent has nothing to, nothing to block with. So it's like, okay, well, he has to block himself. He can't. Shrug. +4/+4 and trample. It's still okay at that point. There's better, but yeah, it's still okay. Dramatic entrance. This is where things start getting to be really fun. 5 mana instant. You may put a green creature from your hand onto the battlefield. Historically used for dropping Broms like, I don't know, Progenitus. Again, 2 mana of every color. Protection from everything. If we go to the graveyard from anywhere, reveal it and shuffle in its owner's library instead. So if it gets milled, everything else gets milled. Progenitus shuffles back in. But because it's 2 mana of any color, that includes green, which means it counts as everything, including green. Dramatic entrance. Yeah. There's other green creatures that you might want to drop in and play. There's, what's the one that's in standard? Call it a Stampede Tyrant. 8 mana for 12/12 trample. When it enters, put any number of creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Yeah. Yeah, very much the story card that you just I'm gonna spend 5, drop this into play, and empty my hand. Enjoy. That's what you call dramatic entrance. By the way, all that is instant. Enjoy. Yeah, very much playable. Wither Scale Worm. 6 mana for a 9/9. Whenever this blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, that creature gains Wither till end of turn. So the creature it's up against gets Wither. But whenever this deals damage to an opponent, not combat, just whenever it deals damage to an opponent, remove all -1 counters from it. So, if this gets trample, it's possible. Oh wow! If this gets damage is all done at the same time. The opposing creature would have to have first strike and be at least 5 power for nothing to carry over, and then the worm would die. If it's 4 power, if it's 4 power, Yeah. Wither Scale Worm's first ability does not give Wither Scale Worm Wither. It might, however, give a different Wither Scale Worm Wither. Whether they wither or not. Yeah. So the other creature gets Wither. I don't think you want that. Now, that being said, this, first of all this has to do is deal damage to opponent somehow. That's not hard. Like giving it vigilance for the sake of example, and I don't know, a tap ability like Viridian Longbow. Yeah, equipped creature has, so this gives the ability to the creature. And then you give it vigilance so that doesn't tap to attack. And at some point you go, hey, by the way, ping. Gleeful Sabotage. Again, this is the same as the other cards we've talked about, the raised dead effects, etc. This is naturalized as sorcery, which is okay-ish, but it has Conspire, which means you can actually blow up two things that way. Are you? Yeah, okay. Yeah, good way of getting rid of something that's indestructible. And by the way, the next card down, Raking Canopy. I have played this to good use in my mono green control deck quite accidentally because people were attacking me with flyers and then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, your flyer dies because it's small enough that it's like, and because like angels, for example, are often like 4/4s. A lot of dragons, the small to medium range dragons are like 4/4s, etc. A lot of stuff just dies. uh, Now let's go for the stuff that's got a multicolor identity. The Loch Corrigan, 4 mana. This is basically another Frozen Shade variant, but you have to play Dimir to play it because, hilariously, this can pump off of blue mana. You're playing Dimir. Uh, there's nothing wrong with playing this card. This can suddenly be, hey, by the way, I'm a 5/5. And that's just based off of its own parent toughness and the fact that it costs 4 to cast, which you probably played some amount of black mana and some amount of blue mana for. Yeah, enjoy. And the fact that it's a 5/5 at that point, and you can activate it, like, this could be, I spent 1 black and 3 blue to cast it. I'll now spend 1 black and 3 blue to activate it. We. Parapet Watchers. You play this in a Toughness Matter stack. Again, the same comment I typically make about something that can pump specifically its toughness. That being said, I think there's more efficient toughness pumping. it's still fine. It's a 3 mana 2/2 with, with toughness breathing for uh, Azorius. And if you're playing Azorius, you might be looking into this anyway. Firefox Soak, 6 mana for a 3/6 for 3 Gruul mana. It gets +3/+0 to land a turn. So basically, for every Gruul mana, it's basically, it has fire breathing for Gruul, but in batches of 3. Eh. But again, you're playing Gruul. Again, you're probably paying some amount of green and some amount of red to make up that 6. Like, some amount of green and the rest is red. At which point, hey, guess what? You know, here's 9, here's a 9/6. I mean, so far I'm more interested in the Parapet Watchers than the Loch Corrigan. The Loch Corrigan because it's interesting, and the Parapet Watchers because, toughness breathing. Blistering Dyflin, 4 mana for a 0/1 flyer. Lol. But, again, for every Rakdos mana you pump into it, like it's got fire breathing off of Rakdos. Okay, it's basically 4/1, B. The problem with this is it dies to anything. Because it's got one, like you're paying 4 mana and it's got 1 toughness. At least the Loch Corrigan, you can pay mana to improve its toughness, till end of turn. The Dyflin? Nah. Much less interested in that. And the Rune Servant Rider, again, similar to the Loch Corrigan, where it's, +1/+1. Hilariously, this is a 2/2 flyer. And, yeah, for the same analogous cost to the Loch Corrigan. Oh, you get a 2/2 flyer, but you have to pay 2 Selesnya mana. Oh, at what point do you cross over? So 2 mana gets you 2/2. So paying 2 mana on either one gets you a 3/3. The Rune Servant Rider is slightly better at that point because it's also got flying. But then the Loch Corrigan takes over. Because for 2 more mana you get another +2/+2. The Rider only gets +1/+1. Interesting. I think if I'm playing Selesnya Elves or I'm playing Selesnya Knights or Selesnya Plus. No, I think if I'm playing Selesnya, I'm comfortable enough putting the Rider in. I don't think I would go. Yeah, I think I'd have to play Selesnya Elves or Selesnya Knights. Alright. Stuff that's multicolor. This is the scary part here. There's 111 multicolor cards in the set. There's only 301 cards? What's the 302nd? Oh, it's an oops. Okay. So I'm not going to go through all of them. I might be able to go through batches of them. So, Barrington Crag treads, they're all, like, this cycle is all 4 mana, like, 2 hybrid of a certain pair, so 2 Azorius, 2 Rakdos, 2 Dimir, etc. Plus 2, can't be blocked by creatures of a color that they have as a common enemy. So it's always two allied colors. And then whatever they have as a common enemy. Can't block them. Generally fine. The Dimir one and the Selesnya one are really good because can't be blocked by green or by black. The rest are eh. Okay. Next batch. Safehold Duo and Itsilk. Whenever you cast a spell of a certain type, this creature gets so they all have one ability that says whenever you cast a spell of one of the two colors, this gets +1/+1 till end of turn. And the other abilities, whenever you cast a spell of the other color, so one gives +1/+1, and the other gives some ability. Safehold Duo, green +1, white Vigilance. Thistledown, 3 mana 2/2, white +1, blue flying. Tattermunge Duo, 3 mana 2/3, red +1, green forest walk. Ember Strike Duo, 2 mana 1/1, black +1, red first strike. Gravelgale Duo, 3 mana 2/1, blue +1, black fear. I'm kind of meh on the Gravelgale. I think for efficiency, the Tattermunge Duo is actually the best one. I'm gonna have to finish this up soon. They're. I will point out, they all have 3 creature types. Because it's a duo, they have a creature type and 2 classes. So, Safehold Duo, for example, they're both elves. One's a warrior, one's a shaman. So, there are cards that actually care about those. Let's see here. Stuff that is if mana of one color was spent to cast this versus if mana was of the other color was spent to cast this, and you do both if both colors are spent. River's Grasp. Return target creature to owner's hand. And then Painless Thoughtseize. Eh. Repel Intruders. Uh, two white soldiers if it's white, and essence scatter if blue was spent. If you're able to get both, this is good. Otherwise, eh. Dawn-Glow Infusion. Gain X life for one or the other. Again, if you're looking to gain a bunch of life, you want a card like this. I'm not sure if this is a card that belongs in that deck, but that's where you put it. Fire Spout. Red, 3 damage each creature without flying. Green, each creature with flying. It's a 3 mana card, so you can spend it as red, green 1 and do 3 damage to all creatures. Which, if you're looking for... at that point, I would just cast something like... I would just play something like Sweltering Suns. Torrent of Souls, 5 mana. Black, reanimated creature. Red, creatures target player controls get +2/+0 and gain haste till end of turn if red was spent. So if you spend it as red plus black +3 and you target yourself, the thing you bring back gets +2 power and haste till end of turn, as do the rest of your creatures. I mean, I like that. Stuff that with an untapped symbol. 3 cards that have untapped symbols. All 3 of them are blue. Marrow Grindblotter. Dimir +1 and untapped. Target creature gets -2/-0 till end of turn. 4 mana, 2/2. Soapbind Fairy. 1 Azorius +2 for 1/3 flyer. 1 Azorius +1 and untapped to tap target creature, which is hilarious because you pay cost and then you resolve. You can just keep tapping and untapping the fairy the entire time, which is funny. Pure Sight Meta. 2 Azorius for 2/2. Pay an Azorius and untap it. Look at the top card of your library. You may exile that card. Yeah, I could see that being, especially in a 100-card format. Alright, I think there's still too many cards for me to go through this. So, I'll just go through like probably 2 lines. Torpor Dust, 3 mana aura in, so it's 1 Dimir +2. Flash, enchant creature gets -3/-0. Meh. Lone Dragon Giant, 3 Gruul +4 for 7/6 Giant Warrior. If you're playing vanillas, this is actually pretty high up on the size list, so you might be playing it. Gravelgill Axe Shark, 1 Dimir +4 for 3/3 with Persist, i.e. when it comes back with a -1 counter. Like, when it dies, it comes back with a -1 counter on it. Probably okay, but I would just say okay. Cold Brand Cinder. 1 Rakdos +4 for a 3/3. When it enters, put a -1 counter on target creature. If a creature with Persist has a -1 counter on it, and it does not come back with it does not come back with another -1 counter on it. It stays dead. This, if you target a creature that has Persist, that doesn't already have -1 counter on it, it's not coming back. Somnomancer. 1 Azorius +1 for 2/1. When it enters, you may tap target creature. Are you tired? You look tired. Yeah. Copying common play abilities is always fun. Although do keep in mind you've got people that like to play, I think it's Elishnorn, Mother of Machines, and Torpor Orb to stop common play abilities from happening, and it's like, Clamor Spinners. 1 Azorius +4 for 2/4 Flash Flyer. When it enters, attach all auras enchanting target permanent to another permanent with the same controller. Which means you can take all the auras off of Squee and throw them on something else, and I will be very sad. Or you can take, I don't know, Lignify that's on something else and put on Squee, and I will be very sad. Tattermunch Maniac. 1 Gruul for 2/1. Attacks each combat of Fable. If you're playing a fast aggressive deck, you might have to. But I think in Gruul you can do better. Shadowmoor Gouger. 3 Rakdos for 4/4 that can't block. Let's get through artifacts real quickly. Revel Songhorn. 2 to cast, 1 tap, tap an untap creature you control, i.e. more ways to tap creatures. Target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. You really want a mini giant growth effect. You generally want like Short Sword or something of that nature. Trip News. 2 to cast, 2 tap, tap target creature. Yeah, Icy Manipulator that can only target creatures. I mean, it's still fine at that point. Gnarled Effigy. 4 to cast, 4 tap, put a -1 counter on target creature. Compare that to Contagion Clasp, which is 2 to cast. When it enters, put a -1 counter on target creature, and then 4 tap Proliferate. Actually, I think I want the Effigy in that context. Like, I want the Effigy to be able to spread stuff around. And then the Clasp is like, no, I want it hit that. And then proliferate the counters there. Illuminated Folio used to be good back in the day. 5 to cast, 1 tap and reveal 2 cards from your hand that share creature type. Draw a card. Colorless is not a color. You can't reveal 2 colorless cards from your hand to activate this ability because those cards don't share a color with one another. Yeah, you can't. And keep in mind, lands by default, for example, this, by default, does not have a color. Lands, by default, are colorless unless something specifically gives them a color. Wicker Warcrawler, 5 mana for 6/6. Whenever it attacks or blocks, put a -1 counter on it at the end of combat. If you are running if you're running an effect like Solemnity, this suddenly just becomes a 5 mana 6/6 with no drawbacks. If you have ways to eat those counters, like the mentioned at the start of the stream, Woe Leecher. You know, remove a -1 counter from target creature and gain 2 life from it. That's a thing. The Scarecrows. They are various sizes, and as long as you control a creature of a particular color, they have a certain ability. And like the Scarecrows that say if you control a green creature, you get Wither for that. If you control a black creature, they have another specific ability. If they all 5 abilities, like there's 5 colors, each one has a specific ability, and then the Scarecrows are just assigned. Cool. You've got a white creature, you get this let's see here. White creature gives vigilance, blue I'm presuming gives flying. Yep, blue is flying. Uh, black is persist. Red is haste and green is wither. So 6 mana 4/4. Wither for green, vigilance for white. So chances are you've got one of those at least. So you get a 6 mana 4/4 with either wither or vigilance, possibly both. You know what? Let's just do type equals Scarecrow. Blazethorn, 5 mana 3/3. Haste for red, wither for green. Probably. That seems actually reasonable. Watchwing, 4 mana 2/4. Vigilance for white, flying for blue. That's actually quite reasonable, especially if you've got a blue creature. It's a 2/4 flyer for 4, which is pretty good. Rattleblaze, 6 mana for 5/3, persist for black, haste for red. I think that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. It's basically a 4/4 with persist or haste. Okay, yeah, not unreasonable. Wind Rattle, 3 mana for 2/2, flying for blue, persist for black. That's actually a lot better rate than most of the other ones. Scrap Basket, 4 to cast for 3/2, 1 column, all colors till end of turn. Often needed for, you know, I need a blue creature. Okay, you have a blue creature, etc. Lurebound Scarecrow, 3 mana for 4/4, comes in a play, choose a color. When you control no permanents of the chosen color, sacrifice it. You play this in a monocolor deck and you say, okay, I name white, let's say. So as soon as I've got no white permanents, I sacrifice this. Otherwise, I've got a 3 mana 4/4. Okay. Yeah. With playing a monocolor deck, pass otherwise. Tatterkite, 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer. Can't have counters put on it. That means it can't get +1 counters, but it also means it can't get -1 counters, which is the more relevant part when you're looking at Shadowmoor. Nowadays, I would just say that's more of a drawback than anything. Chainbreaker, 2 to cast for 3/3, enters with 2 -1 counters on it. 3 and tap, remove a -1 counter from target creature. Yeah. You now normally you're activating it to remove its own counters, but again, not unreasonable. You occasionally find use to remove them from something else. Also, if you've got a Solemnity in play, this is now a 2 mana 3/3. Alright, let's zip 3 lands. The basics we don't care about. We have the 5 pseudo basics. We have the 5 filter lands of the reflecting pool. Let's go through the pseudo basics. So, what do I mean by pseudo basics? Usually, a pseudo basic, and this is a term I use. I'm not aware of anybody else using this term, at least in this way. A pseudo basic normally ends up entering tapped, is often but not necessarily common, one way or another. In this case, because it's got the relevant basic land type, it taps for 1 mana of the appropriate color, and then it often has got some other ability add-on. So, Madblind Mountain, for example, has the type Mountain. Pardon me. It has the type Mountain, so it taps for red. But it could just as easily not have the type Mountain and just have the line tap, add red. And I would still count it as a pseudo basic. Another good example would be Polluted Mire. Enters tapped, taps for black, cycling 2. I consider this a pseudo basic, although my brain processes it first as a cycling land. But it's a pseudo basic. It enters tapped, but it taps for 1 mana of the appropriate color, and then it's got some other ability added on. Madblind Mountain. So all of these pseudo basics here have an ability that says you can only activate it if you control 2 or more permanents of the appropriate color for the land. So activate only if you control 2 or more red permanents on the mountain, 2 or more green permanents on the forest, 2 or more blue permanents on the island, etc. This is red tap, shuffle your library. Which sounds kind of meh, but is a lot better than I think it deserves. There are times when you want to just shuffle your library. You've seen one way or another the next like 4 cards. And you're like, I don't want any of that. Red tap, shuffle. Moonring Island, the blue pseudo basic. Blue tap, look at the top card of target player's library. Can be yours, can be somebody else's. Sap Seep Forest, pseudo green, or green pseudo basic. Green tap, gain a life. Mistveil Plains, probably, quite possibly the strongest one. I'll have to see what the swamp does. Okay. I would say the white one's the best one. White tap, put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. And then you can combine that with the Madblind Mountain to shuffle it back into your deck so it's in the mix. And then Leech Ridden Swamp. Black tap, each opponent loses 1 life. This is a win condition. But this gets you resources back, which I'm a little more interested in. The 5 filter lanes: Wooded Bastion, Firelit Thicket, Sunken Ruins, Mystic Gate, Graven Cairns. All tap for colorless, or tap of one of the 2 colors of mana that it generates and tap it, and either produce 2 mana of one of the 2 colors, or 1 of each. So, Wooded Bastion, tap white or green, and tap it, and either get double white, double green, or 1 of each. Firelit Thicket, red, green, double red, double green, or 1 of each. Sunken Ruins, black or blue, double blue, double black, or 1 of each. Mystic Gate, white or blue, tap, double white, double blue, 1 of each. Graven Cairns, red or black, tap, add double black, double red, or 1 of each. And then Reflecting Pool, add 1 mana of any type. Tap, add 1 mana of any type that a land you control could produce. So, hey, I've got a land that taps for green. Cool, I'll tap this for green. It's that simple. Anyway, it is late. It is later than I wanted it to be. Son of a biscuit. Where did I put you? Thus. I have a friend who is doing a GoFundMe. Oh, nice. I'm just gonna throw the link in the description, or in the chats right now. If you are willing and able, obviously worry about yourself first. Make sure you are, don't even consider donating if you can't afford to. But if you're willing and if you're able to, I'd appreciate if you'd at least look at the link. I will paste it in the video description on YouTube. At least take a look to see what it is. I have a friend who's starting a what's the word I'm looking for? A non-profit in the Toronto area, and she'd appreciate some help with trying to get it up and running. So, if you are able to, if you can afford to do it, we'd appreciate it. If you can't, don't worry about it. We'll make it one way or another. That being said, I'm gonna head off for now. It's a long night, and the next 48 hours are gonna be just as long, if not worse. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday in about 18 hours, I think. Ooh, yeah, something like that. Okay. See you around, everyone.